Hey, this is Rod Hayes. We in here doing it live with the people once again with the Los Lobos, the wolf himself, Young Taz, on the Taz and Yasini show. Let's get it in.
Look, they telling me that somebody stole our land. But when I open my window and look across the field, I still see our land here. Think about that for a minute.
Brother, I wrote about the stars. I wrote about the moon. I wrote about things in the sky that go boom. I wrote about death. I wrote about life. I wrote in the morning, afternoon, and at night. I constantly search for new ideas. I talk to my elders, my friends, and my peers. I study astronomy, history, and religion. My analytical mind is constantly on a mission, struggling and striving for the perfect poem, bracing myself for the perfect brainstorm. The more that I write, the more that I note. My best poem yet is yet to be wrote. Yeah, City.
Good day. Hope everybody's ready. We got a hell of a show for y'all tonight, guys. So, hope you guys brought your pen, paper. We have a special guest with us today. We appreciate him for being here with us and sharing his time with us. We have a lot going on today with the extra guests, so I want to make sure that we run right through this. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you hit that like button. That like button, it helps us out to beat the algorithms that try to stop us from sharing our material. But with that said, we have the empresses all over again with us. We have the feminine energy with us. With that said, we are going to address our female counterparts, and we're gonna start with the Empress Yasini. Sis, can you please tell us who you are, where they can find you at?
Absolutely. I am Yasini from Yasini in the House and Yasini University, LLC, and the website. You can find me on Facebook under Denise Grant. You can find any of my books and my first name, Crescentia Denise Grant, and you can find me all over the internet. But today, you see me on the Taz and Yasini show with Rod Hayes and Salima. Get ready for some fire.
Most definitely, most definitely, most definitely. Thank you for being here with us, sis. Sis, can we get Sister Salima? Can you tell the people who you are, where they can find you at, sis? You're muted, sis. You're muted.
Am I cool?
Yes, there we go.
All right. Greetings and salutations, family. This is Salima Ellis. Welcome to the Taz and Yasini show. You can catch me on Facebook on my Facebook page, Salima Ellis. You can also catch me on my home school page, Universal Mind School of Evolution, where I teach anybody, any age, it doesn't even matter. You can also catch me on Instagram. I got a couple of things up there. But right now we about to smoke it out, y'all.
Yes, yes.
We about to get it in, and as always, we save the best for last. We do have the God himself, Rod Hayes, in the house. Brother, can you tell the people who you are, where they can find you at?
Yeah, my name Rod Hayes. Y'all can catch me on Instagram on the Sick Ape. That's where I do most of my lives. And I got a lot of archive content on my Rod Hayes Facebook page. And I haven't been doing lives on there because I've been in Facebook jail for the last 9 months.
Not surprising.
Damn.
Not surprising, but thank you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being.
What is that, like a triple sentence?
I don't know. It got this every time I log on. They got this thing at the bottom saying your account is restricted. Only you can see this.
Wow.
And like there is no like this. How long you're gonna be restricted? Like you're gonna be restricted till we unrestrict you.
Wow. It's crazy.
Well, they are at the brothers, so we appreciate you for giving us your time, brother. It's always good to have you here on our builds or whatever. Last time we had a great build. Go check out our video under Free Larry Hoover. It was a great video. It's on my timeline, so go check it out. Let me address the family because the family's been anticipating this for a minute. So we have as first responder, we have Universal Empress in the building. She said, "Oh shit, the title added a VIP guest. It's good about Hayes adding value." Peace and love, sis. Thank you for always being there with us. Thank you for adding value. Jasmine is also here. She says, "Universal, I saw that too. I'm on my way home. See y'all when the show starts. Salute to everyone. I hope you made it, sis, and that you are with us." Mike Weston in the house. He said he ready. He was just watching football in the meantime. So let's go. Y'all hit the like on your way. Please hit the like button on your way in. He says, give salute to the Taz Show and Yasini and all guests. We have the Empress herself. She was also watching a little football ahead of time. Nathaniel Bay in the building. He says, yo, I'm ready. Let's get this party started. Salute to the chat and panel. He's heard about Rod Hayes. Will be nice to finally see him in a building. I'm glad at least there is somebody that we get to introduce the brother Hayes because he is very well known out there in the platform. So we got lawful versus legal. He's salute to the family. Clown in the house. He says, "What time is it?" It's at the Taz Show time. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for being here, brother. You keep showing up, and I haven't got the slightest clue. Please send me an email. How in the world do I pronounce your doggone name? Because I have no idea. I know to one thing Tsuyu, that's the name of South America or something like that. But Abayana, I'm not even gonna try it, brother. I'm not even gonna try it. But we have the Empress herself, Sharon Moore in the building. I'm getting, and she says she's ready. Let's get it in. Yasima, Selena, and Taz. We got the doctor in the building. Michael Pazio in the building as well. Peace. We have Jasmine. She says she's here. Hit the like and help out, y'all. Most definitely. We have the Empress herself. Reads Learning Street. Peace, love, and light to the royals. It's good to have you here, sis. Universal Empress. We got Latasha in the building. How are you? 804 has arrived. Peace and love. Peace
All
and
right,
love.
all right.
Have you in the building. We have Naima Ra. She says, greetings to all. We appreciate you. We love y'all for joining us. It is great to have you. We had a great time the last two parts, so I'm hoping that we get it in once more. This
Yeah.
time in the part three, family, we about to get it in. This is the ending. You know, I always put the best information for the very end. So for the last parts of what we have, we are going to have some explosive things to talk about. So I encourage you to please go check out the other parts so you could understand what's going on. As always, you know you can find me under Tasmaniac Wolf on Facebook and the Taz Show under everything else. Feel free to go check all that out. As always, we have to give a little disclaimer because you know there's a couple of people that take things too out of hand. So we're gonna get the disclaimer out the way real quick. Uh, um, we have the God himself, PNF, Look for the Crickets in the house. Good to have you here, brother. Thank you for being here. Uh, but disclaimer, real quick: the material and information on this PowerPoint is for general information purposes only. Not assume the information speaks in absolute. No such thing exists. Concept of Christmas explained here, found in many literatures and historical documents. We will speak of religion, etymology, history, and the connection between all. If any of these subjects, especially religion, creates controversy for you, this might not be the show for you. It is advised that you watch my word magic pay-per-view to comprehend the play on words I use throughout this breakdown. Keep in mind that I am presenting you my understanding, not the absolute truth. You should know by now that all truths are half truth and we're living our own version of the truth. I encourage you to believe nothing I say, but instead do your own research and come up with your own truth and understandings.
And
That's
to add
it.
disclaimer, Taz, they got to be aware of my Icano class. I came to assault every one of these fake gods that they got up in front of us. So if you God conscious and you feel offended when somebody whoop your Jesus, Muhammad, and Abraham upside the head, this might not be the show.
This ain't the show for you. Amen.
If
I'm
you if
right.
you if you're a Moor and you don't know the difference between the dirty Moor and the righteous Moor, this might not be the show for you.
There it is. Let's put it out there from the beginning, all right?
I gotta let it be known since you're doing disclaimers, we might as well go and get it on out the way. Don't
Yeah,
ask for no mercy from me because I got the same mercy that they gave us when they were stepping on our neck. So no, I will not tone down my colorful epithets. No, I will not apologize for nothing that I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all ahead of time. I'm not going to apologize because I'm going to deliberately say everything I'm going to say, and I'm going to mean that shit. And whoever get offended, that's on you, right? I'm not apologizing ahead of time, so I'm gonna offend somebody.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Let them know, Rod. Let them know that we ain't for to play no games, and we gonna shoot the first shot.
Shots
Right?
fired! Shots fired!
Goddamn right.
Sir.
But now that we got that out the way, and we know that you know you will get a boot in your ass if you get out of pocket, you know, just all you got to do is leave, family. If you don't agree, or you know, or if you come on some cloud chasing, listen, ain't gonna be no cloud chasing because you will be banned. All right. If what you're trying to do is just, you know, I'm gonna try to expose blah blah blah. And listen, get your goof ass. But
They
moving,
can come trying to expose something and get their ass exposed.
yeah. Most definitely, most definitely, most definitely.
But let's get on down to business, Taz. Let's discuss this thing called Christmas in the winter solstice and what do it all mean.
Right, most So last time we had stopped this show, we had stopped right when we had gotten the knowledge of the spinal cord, the vertebrates. We learned about the T's and the L's. We learned about the sympathetic trunk system and a bunch of whole other stuff that that we found in the Quran and we were looking into, and we broke down a lot of the parts of admiralty. So we introduced commerce into the concept of Christmas. And we're going to pick right back up right there where we left up on part 3. With that said, the next part will be El Sagrado Corazón, which is the Sacred Heart, because this crucifixion that is taking place is something that happens within you. Just like we talked about the concept of the story of a woman coming from a rib. There's also that crucifixion that we are thought about. Jesus died on the cross for you. Well, the cross is actually within you. And it implies to where your clavicle bones are at and your spinal cord, which represents the rod. The rod where the sacred secretion transfers to. But it says, as can also be seen, the rib cage is the beast's neck. For the spine, where the golden honey plasma is made through the spinal ionization process, and cathodic or Catholic crossing of the heart. The ribs also represents the branches of DNA of the Christmas tree, the spine. And when the ribs and spines are flattened, they appear almost exactly like a monarch butterfly. All right. So this, I mentioned it as El Sagrado Corazón because that's how it's known as the most popular. I'm not sure if everybody has heard in regards about it, and it will build from there from this slide. You guys want to add something?
Well, the Sacred Heart, when we're talking about the heart chakra, we're talking about activating mitochondria. Whenever you see Christ, KRST is the root word. So when you see the word Christ, you know that they're talking about mitochondrial activation on a higher level or frequency. Now, if the man haven't been doing his self-work to develop into a certain character type, he becomes hostile when that energy is turned on and he can't control himself. He becomes abusive to others and himself. He can't control that love energy, right? So everybody say they want love, but they don't want to do the work required to be a receptacle in which love is willing to pour into you, right? So if they're talking about the empty cup, all that goes back to the sangria or the sacred blood. Right? So all this is talking about the blood of Christ, the Eucharist, right? EU Christ, the European Christ. And EU is the European Union. They're talking about the artificial replica of the Messiah to rise in Europe when the real Messiah rises in the other land. So all of these things are coded metaphysics and what they call conceptual physics, where they write like a word problem in math. That's what these things are. This is what you're looking at.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, brother. You want to add something, Sister Salima or Sister Yasini, before we go on to the next one?
Yeah, I'm going to add this. I have my pen and paper, and I'm going to be trying to list 10 things that the God is saying. So I'm going to be doing more writing and listening on this show, and let the gods and the goddess take over. Yeah, list 10 things that the master is saying.
Most definitely. I hope y'all brought a pen and paper, because it will be necessary to take notes, or come back and watch the video. So you want to add something, Sister Salima?
Well, yeah, I just want to touch on the fact that he was talking about the math. As you know, I'm real big on the languages, and the original math was word.
Facts.
So we've been stuck in the circular on these numbers. That original math is the letters that you see. You see what I'm saying? But we don't understand that because the way they've been teaching us is with their programming. Our math taught to us has always been geared on what they want to see manifested in this realm. And once we go back to the original word problems, well, not problems, it'll be the building. It'll be like word building, but it'll be different type of math. It won't just be numbers the way they've taught it to us, or letters as an abstract opponent of an equation. Your letters would often be your leader part of that equation.
To add to what she's talking about, when you look at modern math, there's only 2 alphabets hardwired in the math, and that's an algebra. That's the X and the Y. Now, where else do we find prominent expressions of X and Y?
In the chromosome.
In the chromosomes, right? So the Y is the unknown variable, but X marks the spot.
Woo! Facts.
Damn
Because
right.
the X is in the chronosphere. It's in that in the clock. When the Roman letters, that X is the first one.
Yes.
So
when you look at that original clock that they had, that's still running our time backwards to us, telling us how old we are, that X is up there. That people don't recognize what they see it.
The really we aging in reverse is Benjamin Button, but we think that we supposed to grow from youth to old. But we really, it's physically, yes, but spiritually, no. We grow from the wise child. If we don't properly control our growth, we digress into the aged, old, feeble-minded individual, the baby. Right? So they use the Benjamin Button to give you an extreme exaggeration of how it worked in hopes that you can put together the simplified formula of the equation. Right? So you build a man from the boy, right? But when the man falls, he becomes the feeble-minded, elderly, broke-down vessel, the aged baby. What's it called? Progeria is the disorder.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Progeria. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's the disorder that make the babies look like they elderly. Which is actually an extraterrestrial trait inherited from great aliens with faulty genetics that broke down over time.
Wow.
Progeria, also known as Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome, is an extremely rare progressive genetic disorder that causes children to age rapidly, starting in their first 2 years of life. Holy shit. Children with progeria generally appear normal at birth. Bro, you
Hit
just
images.
I remember a movie like that. Robin Williams played a baby or something like that. He was aging real fast.
Mm-hmm.
They die about 12. They'd be lucky to make 12, 13 or something like that.
I think the oldest one ever lived was 20.
Wow. Okay, I didn't even know that.
Okay. So yeah. That's what's up.
Okay, so now Mother Nature gave you a parallel, a comparative analysis mechanism. This is why we always comparing her butt to her butt. Her knockers to her knockers, right? Because we need something to compare something to in order to recognize difference. So the enemy came in using the religious dogma as the seeds of dissension to create, divide, and conquer, which gives us these doctrines that we going over now. It was a military strategy hidden under the pretense of a spiritual solution.
Yeah.
Oh, the story gets deeper.
The story definitely gets deeper. So we could stay on that one. With all four of us, we could stay in this one slide and just yap it up for a whole long time. So just for the sake of continuance, we'll keep it moving. But it's getting deep already the way it is. So yeah, let's move forward because these gems are gonna be dropped today. All right, you gonna learn today, because people are always wondering, like, damn, what are we gonna do today?
You
Well,
gonna learn today.
that's what we gonna do.
That's Black Girl Magic talking. I don't know who that was. So every time I get ready to do a class that's going to be unloading a massive amount of information, Black Girl Magic come through and she tell me, y'all gonna learn us. We gonna learn y'all something today.
Did he say a massive amount of information?
Yeah.
I'll have to go get some more paper.
So anytime I'm so imagine I'm like a puppet, right?
Yeah.
And the puppet master for the day is the one who's telling me how to teach the class. So today we sponsored by Black Girl Magic.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So Black Girl Magic, she tired of playing the games. So she say she gonna learn these motherfuckers something one way or another. And I say, okay, what do you want me to teach them? And then she give y'all the knocks. When y'all knock, she say, let them have it.
Yeah.
See, do you want to tell us about the classroom right quick?
Yep. And I'm gonna earn my knocks.
Go ahead.
So, in the brain or cranium, there's a cerebrum or a horn. And within the cerebrum, we find that the claustrum or Santa/Satan claws, it sits in the middle of your temple or most high organ within the carnal body. So from this claustrum, there's a secretion or brain fluid produced every 28 days and most potent during the celestial events of every 23rd of December to the 25th, and the day your solar and lunar signs align or your birth. So this fluid or secretion is an oil, which is old times, which in old times, such as the Greeks, was called the Christos, or now known as the Christ. So this secretion marks its travels from the claustrum down the spine as it learns and collects all information on its descent or fall to its lowest form.
Facts. Who wants a shot at this first off the top before I get in it?
So if you notice that this word claustrum is similar to the first suckle of the baby from the mother's teat called the colostrum.
The colostrum, yes. Teach, holy shit, yes. Okay.
Right now, the reason why a lot of us is having problems with the children because the pair binding is broken at the colostrum feeding to the newborn baby. The cycle is supposed to be the baby is born, you clear the mouth, you put them on the teeth, drink the colostrum. The colostrum, when it goes through the baby's system, sends a hormone through the baby's body, which also is infusing it with genetic memory, biological self-defense that we call antibiotics. It's giving them an immune system. And it's also telling them the program of the mother so that he can understand his own program. All this is the first information fed to the child externally after birth from the mother. Now, once the chemicals in the baby's body is hormonally released, they feed the information back through the umbilical cord, and this colostrum represents the spinal cord, right? Because this colostrum travels up the spinal cord to the brain, right? So in the uterus, being a portal, is sending a signal from the child into the walls of the mother's vagina through the placenta, right? And once this happens, then it sends the mother's brain, just like this colostrum right here is sending this secretion to the brain. This sends the same response to the mother's brain to facilitate actual parental pair bonding with mother and child that's been deprived through clipping the umbilical cord and slapping them on the ass.
Facts, 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 bro. You blew my mind with that colostrum, because that is the most important part of the milk itself. You know, that's what activates the building process of the baby's brain. You know, when they start doing all the new learning and all that stuff. That was deep. That was definitely deep. Sister Salima, you want to add something, sis?
Nope.
No? All right, Sister Yassini.
I'm good.
All right, all right. So yeah, from just to add value to what the brother just added, you know, this essence that it travels, you know, it states that is falling, you know, it's pretty much the story of Lucifer, just as the crystals is the story of the Christ. It's also the story of Lucifer and my apologies, of
What
Samael and his fall into earth, and as when he becomes Lucifer, is that travel down your spine as it goes down and falls all the way to its lowest point, where it
you mentioned Samael. That's it's an anagram, and it's a word problem. It's a secret in the open. The fall of Samael is the Sa priestesses that they call Gorgons in Greece. The Ma on Samael represents the sacred mother who they replace with a man in drag.
oh,
L is the definite article, but it also tells you the culprit, the dirty Moor.
wow. I've heard of different breakdowns of the name Samael, but that one just did a thing for me. It was because I didn't know the sa
If,
part. I knew about the ma and the l, but I couldn't connect the sa to anything. Just yeah, that
okay, if you type in the letters essay under images on Google, it's going to give you a symbol of the Sa priestesses. These were the doulas.
okay, okay,
And it's going to almost look like a bread tie rolled up without the bread loaf on it. And the Sa priestesses, they rank from 1 to 10. Medusa means 10th Sa priestess.
okay.
That's not it. Put Egyptian behind it. There you go. The first one. You see how it look like a rope that's knotted?
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's the symbol of the Sa priestesses.
Mm,
These were the doulas.
okay.
They were what they call them birth maidens in the literature. But the doula job is so underrated because she was one of the most coveted priestess to have in your community. Because she could come into a woman's life, listen to her life story, and tell her how to put her whole life on the path to her best life. You see it there in association with the Ankh, right?
Right, right. Yeah, I was noticing that.
Right. Now, there's a male priesthood called the Ba priesthood. If you put in Ba where you got Sa, it's going to give you a different symbol. It's going to be a circle on the stick. The bird, you see, he will be carrying it in his hand. See the double bird right there, what he got in his hand?
Yeah, I see what he got in his hands. Let me get a better one. I gotta find a better one. Hold on. Man, the pictures are too small. But go, keep going, brother. I'm gonna look for a better picture.
Okay, so the Ba priestess, the highest rank you can be is a Baba. Baba means great father, right? And the highest rank is the Maha Avatar Babaji, meaning the greatest of the great fathers, right? Then that's the teaching of the Kriya Yoga, which is raising the flame up. You see that symbol right there is called the Ba.
Okay, okay. You teaching your ass off.
Is it polarized to the Ma, or it's got some
It's
other?
a different priesthood.
Okay.
It's just a different priesthood. The Psi priestesses are the women who became known as nuns in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
They were the Psi priestesses. And that was their symbol. And the counter symbol to them was the staff of Tahuti, the winged serpent, or the caduceus.
Right.
The modern medicine stole the symbols because they stole all our symbols because we can read the symbols subconsciously, which will draw us to the places of their destruction.
Damn.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's yeah, you went there. You went there with that's my son's name, Samael.
Taz, did we read the other part of the display in white? And is different from what I read, correct?
Oh yeah. You talking about the picture?
Yeah, because I see some things that I might wanna continue on.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead. We could get on with because on the right side we have a little it's like a meme that gives an explanation of whoever was this meme, whoever did the meme of how the rising and the falling of the secretion and what it represents. And I go deep into this breakdown in my science of the sacred secretion. So I encourage you to go check that out. But go ahead, sis. Do your thing.
Yeah, so I see the raising of the chrism, or Santa Claus, Joseph, Mary, and the crucifixion. So
Right.
number one, the pineal gland representing Joseph secretes the milk. The pituitary is Mary, and she secretes the honey.
Right.
So both from the same source, the colostrum or Santa Claus. Okay, so we seeing that they don't just be making up shit; they just be stealing shit.
That's a physics description of a stellar event. So you just gave the reference to Jesus, Joseph, and Mary, right?
Yes.
Joseph is the assumed father,
right,
of a stepchild.
Facts.
Yes.
Right? And Mary is the mother of the child.
Mm-hmm.
And in Revelation, they call this child the son of the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So it's telling you about the winter solstice and the first day of the solar return after the solstice. the sun, as the mother looks over her, as Mary looks over her earth belly, she sees between her legs the rising of the sun. As the doctor raises the baby up for the mother to see him for the first time after he's been birthed. It's a physics formula, but it's described as or disguised as a fairy tale.
Mm. Okay.
So it's teaching you astrogeometry. So now you're starting to learn to read the earth with the stars using the formula, but they spooked you out and told you it meant something else.
Facts. But go ahead, sis. You could finish up the thing. Be
Yeah.
aware that the numbers are not in chronological order. If you could see
Right.
it.
I'm gonna go in the chronological order though.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm gonna take 2 next.
Okay.
So the 2 sacred oils travel down into the solar plexus via the semilunar ganglion, pneumogastric nerve.
Facts.
Okay. Number
Okay.
3.
Can we talk about number 2 for a minute?
Please.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you notice it said the 2 fluids,
Yes.
right? It's talking about what's called the gold liquid and the silver liquid.
Facts.
The silver liquid is basic cerebral spinal fluid.
Yeah.
The gold elixir is called the KRST, KRST.
Okay. You hold on.
Right? Now, the brain automatically pump the silver liquid, which is the semilunar ganglia. The silver liquid is governed by the system of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
The solar elixir, the gold elixir, is governed by the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now you raising the sun over the moon, which is a sun that's rising up to rule as the daughter wasn't fit. It's a physics formula for a certain time of the year.
Wow.
This is when Libra is placed between Virgo and Scorpio to separate the zodiac signs because the enmity was put between the sun and his seed and her seed, the Scorpio and the Virgin or the Virgo. Virgo being represented by Venus, and Venus is the bright morning star, not the other star, which is Mercury that comes on the heels of Venus. So the sun follows the mother over the horizon. This is Horus rising. Right? So this is talking about the physics formula for the solar rays and the lunar rays effect on your awakening being told in the story of the elixir, because the physiological function, as within, so without, as above, so below.
Definitely. So, Rod, that led me to a question. I hope I'm not too off, but when we're talking about the moon, wasn't there a time when it wasn't here?
Yeah.
Because I keep seeing it tied into the female or our body or our stories or our information.
The story of them placing the moon there is when it say in Genesis that the woman will traverse in labor. Right? That's because they put something there to control her cycle, to take the control away from her by artificial means.
Damn.
This is the death of Lilith, because the moon of Saturn is Lilith. And that's the energy that the women were synced at, where they was controlling when they gave birth and when they used their cycle and when they didn't come on the cycle. And so they put the battleship up there called the Moon, and they synced it to the Dark Knight satellite for the holographic projection and to change the women. It took the women thousands of years to learn how to use the moon magic, what we call the silver key or oracle magic. But when they figured it out, Big Mama said, "Okay, let's go."
Right. What you just said, and we now I had no freaking idea about what the gem that the brother just dropped right now. But if you look at what was previously mentioned in the other two parts in regards about the gift, the gametry intrafallopian tube transfer, which is what women do to allow some another woman to give birth, it coincides with the moon being built up there. Like I've heard of the whole the moon wasn't up there before, but not a breakdown like that. That was I'm gonna have to agree with Nathaniel and just say talk your shit. Fuck it.
I
And
want to add to that.
Go ahead, sis. Break it down for us.
Okay, now we got these cycles for every 28 days, right?
Facts.
Okay, so you got the women on the cycle for 28 days for their menstruals, right?
yes,
If you're a meat, cheese, and sugar eater, you on a cycle to have a cold every 28 days, right?
mhm,
About that time, your kids about give up the mucus because that's their natural immunity system. They have to fight back. So they need that whole month to fight back, and then they're going to go through that 2-week drainage period like a woman would on her menstruals, right?
yes,
So this is the time when your immunity is kicking in for you to do other shit, but we can't see it because we still on those cycles. Remember the last show you had, Taj, and you was like the sun and the moon, and I said I don't equate that as opposites. I felt that they were mechanisms put there for a reason.
Right.
Right, facts. And then the guy Rod just hit it right back on the nose, exactly what I said before. Those are mechanisms put in place to control. We're out of with this right now, but what we're saying, we are falling out of their time. We're falling out of their frequency because their time is a fallacy. So we only got a few more times and we're gonna keep going through these cycles of 28 because that other stuff about to fall out of play. You see what I'm saying? So in a minute, everybody about to do the big cleanse, the big cycle. Ain't gonna be no 28 days like that. You gonna be cleansing straight facts. And and some people might not understand what feeling they're going through. It might feel like anxiety, high anxiety a little bit. Because your mind is cleansing too. You ain't just cleansing the mucus and that, you cleansing everything. It's a whole time of cleanse. But we got to get off that moon cycle because that leads us back to their cycle. When you do the big cleanse, ain't no more. You off that timeline. That's done.
Yeah. So the women use the lunar cycles to ride the menstrual wave on a biorhythmic chart. When they sync together, they can control the cycle again, meaning that if they're not ready to bear a child, they don't see a reason to go through a menstrual cycle. So they turn it off. But when they realize, okay, I think I'm ready to have a baby, then she'll go through 3 menstrual cycles. The first 2 will be purging her system of impurities. But she won't ovulate in the first 2 cycles. She won't ovulate until the 3rd cycle because she already used the first 2 cycles to purge and clean the system.
That
I had to take my hat off to you guys on that one.
yeah. I mean, it's so in depth, It's like Sis said, we're bearing on the time, and we going in it like for real. So
This is also a legal notice too.
Yes, this is how it should be done. We shouldn't be skipping over parts. If there's some clarification that we can get out of anything, we should stop and listen to that. Today was the right day for Rod Hayes to be in the house because we always go deep, but now it's getting deeper. So I'm gonna read part 3 unless somebody else got something to say.
No, go ahead, sis. Do your thing.
Okay, so 3 says the psychophysical germ or the fruit of the tree of life is born in the solar plexus or the manger. The psychophysical germ is born in the manger.
So this is the development of the fleshy portion of the cell. So when they talk about here, this is where your other brain is. This is your stomach. This is why fasting is required. Because once you can control this energy center that they pointing at right there, called your gut, then you can control your emotional body. Your emotional body, you need to be able to read your emotions instead of be overwhelmed by your emotions. It's your navigation system.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what they're talking about with that energy center in the development of it. It's still another formula. So we've seen 3 different formulas in 3 different parts of the descriptive analysis of this system of the colostrum.
Mm.
Right now, we got other descriptions to come, and we don't even know what we're finna run into.
Right.
But it must be good.
It's always good. Always. So number 4 says the ida or red, pingala or blue. Those are 2 nerve fluids where at the crossing of the medulla oblongata, the crucifixion takes place where it rests for 2.5 days.
You see, it said the Ida,
Yes.
and Ida means red,
Yes.
and Pregea means blue. When you look on the male, this is the separating of the male sperm from the female sperm produced in the testes. And it's also in the female, it is the regulator of the hormones through the endocrine system to balance out the seed that it is receiving when a woman is receptive to give birth. So these 2 things, either you're going to get a sperm from the father line or you're going to get a sperm from the mother line off the father line. And then the mother is going to say, okay, I'm going to accept this and bear this seed, or no, I'm not going to bear this seed, spontaneous abortion.
Hmm. Damn.
Some of the women know, based on the frequency of the fetus developing in their womb, that they're going to be straight wicked. And she don't want to bring that wicked child into reality, so she spontaneously aborted.
Wow. And then others don't know how to do that.
Right. You're exactly right. But they were learning. That's what the Salem witch trials was about. Right? Because they came to learn how to control that, what we was just talking about, and to get their drop of blood.
I mean, you think Jeffrey Dahmer's mother knew how to do that?
He was, but he wasn't genetically determined. He was socially developed after the fact. But he had the propensity because they the descendants of the Donner Party who ate for survival and after plane crash.
Damn.
I seen that movie.
Mm-hmm. So that's where his name comes from. It's called a name variant.
Dahmer or Jeffrey?
Donner and Dahmer.
Damn. Wow.
Right. So he had it in him, but it was certain things in his social development as a child that never took place. For instance, his mother was never allowed to run the colostrum through his system in order to purge him of the impurities of his ancestral family curses that comes through his genetic anomalies.
So, Rod, clearly, We don't know thyself.
Yep.
Clearly, we don't.
Not even close to it.
How the hell fuck can we learn all of this?
That's what that movie was about. Us. That's a whole colony genetically passed on criminality.
Yeah.
Look at how those people were. It's a whole colony of passed on criminality, of clones.
Wow.
But they don't necessarily have to be a literal clone.
They don't have to be cloned. You could be what you're saying, the guy is true. These are people. Just in that movie, they just happen to be clones. But in reality, that criminality gets passed on genetically.
So that ancestor is strong. They got away with a lot of dirt.
I'm like Joe Beller.
If you have the character trait capable of embodying that strength, that crooked ancestor gonna try to get you to do their dirt. Mm-hmm. So you be facilitating that generational curse because you can't stand up to them and be like, man, I'm not finna go rob that old lady. What the fuck I look like robbing an old lady and taking her purse for a goddamn social security check? I want to know how to rob the Federal Reserve System for motherfuckers that's robbing our people. That's what I want to know how to rob. Now, all your ancestors that's about that drama on the right gonna make the bad ancestor bump straight in the spirit realm, and they gonna all be grateful that you didn't facilitate the perpetuation of that generational curse.
Those are facts. Those are facts, brother.
Can I get a semi answer to what me and Joe Beller is saying? Like, how the hell do we learn all of this about ourselves? Do we got to go to school?
No, you gotta study yourself.
But you saw what happened.
Listen, I'm looking at
take the flow.
These five things that's here. How is somebody gonna know this?
Okay, so your knowledge base, right, is going to facilitate your style of learning.
Okay.
All right. Now, most of this stuff you already know it, but you are not aware that you know it because it's not organized.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You walk past the lecture and in the library, and you was just out of earshot, and you heard every word they said.
Mm.
Right, but you was pre-absorbed with the studies you was doing in college. You had time to go in and sit in on the lecture, to be in the moment at the lecture, but your subconscious mind was at the lecture while you was studying for another exam.
Okay, so my subconscious owned it already.
Mm-hmm.
So all I gotta do is get it.
These descriptions we given is targeting key neurological links in the knowledge base you already have. You can only rise to your own level. But the goal is to rise to your level where most people quit and fall on their face.
Shit. Let me wake up one day and be smart as hell.
But you already are. You have the knowledge of the universe encoded in your genetic makeup. That's what we're going over. Now, all you have to do is remember who the fuck you is and own that shit and be who you are, the mother of civilization, owner, maker, queen of the motherfucking planet Earth, goddess of the universe, and go about your business. And when you need the information, you don't have to know it. Big Mama gonna send you to get the answer.
Okay. All right. I like to think I was a shot in the last life or two. But
yeah, you still have all of your knowledge from past lives. It just ain't been activated because you haven't learned certain key activation information.
Well,
but you still, when you moving on in your rightful path, when you need a piece of information, Big Mama gonna send somebody to know exactly that what you need, and they might not know shit else.
Okay, so
it'll be just enough to give you the understanding you need at that time. goes back to when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
That's right. That's right. You ain't lying. So I got number 5 to go, and then we can move past the slide finally.
Go
So
ahead.
number 5 says the sacred oil returns after the crossing or the crucifixion. It enters the cerebellum or Golgotha, the place of the skull. The fluid or Christ is refined 1,000 fold.
Facts. 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 Facts.
So the 1,000 fold, where it say Christ refined, is the information capacity when you change the silver liquid for the gold liquid. Right? So what's happening at the medulla is there's a portion of the brain called the pons region. And in the pons region, there's a nerve ganglia called the reticular formation. It's here that your consciousness enters the body. It's also known as the black dot because it's heavily concentrated with melanin. And it's also referred to as the black mirror. Well, you can't see through the black mirror unless you have the gold elixir, the black and the gold, Big Mama colors.
Right.
The gold elixir rushes over the nerve ganglia and it flips on the pineal gland, which is a light bulb on the inner side of the brain in the upper right hemisphere, where it absorbs the information coming in from Big Mama on something called an anterior gyrus. It's right here on your head. So that's called the opening of the crown chakra, right? So it's giving you now, it went from giving you astro geology to giving you biology to giving you metaphysics, and now it's giving you the return of it all, what they call a resurrection. When the sacred elixir fills the 4 chambers of the brain left and right hemisphere have to be in sync because of the density of the gold liquid. It's called the sacred secretion.
Exactly.
And so Santa Claus is real. It's just not, actually, their little physical version is not too bad. What we're trying to point out here is like this Christmas have nothing to do with the occasion that it is today out in the real world. However, the story of it is real.
And, yeah, because the story of Christmas is the story of the winter solstice.
Yes.
Right.
It happens every year.
Now, what they did was, we mentioned earlier, commerce, Taz. So the same word, colostrum, is claws to rum, right? The rum was what they was trading with the islanders. The claws is the L claws, which is the 7 claws on the flip. So the cause of the contract on the cross, the T square, is the condition created by the rum called drunkenness. They call this the intoxication of saints or the madness of magicians, right?
Hence the 12 days of the body drinking and
that's what I was gonna say.
Wine. It's just the brothers going. Yeah, he just Go ahead.
So the black and gold colors, those vice lord colors. So if you have a vice that you haven't mastered, you can't raise your sacred secretion. Once you can master your vices and you can overcome your 7 deadly sins, right? Then that's when you could raise your sacred secretion, black and gold, into Big Mama house, the upper queen's chamber, the queen mother seat. And the queen mother is the mother to the king. It's all about the awakening, but it's put in descriptive fairy tale terms. So we come to take them from the law, which is a fraud, into grace. Grace is gratitude on a universal level, but it's also a noble character, right? So the noble character comes from mastering your noble self, becoming what you aspire to be at your highest peak, Phoenix rising.
Okay, so are you saying that we don't necessarily have to go to the books for this information? We can go
No,
within?
everything in them books is already in you.
True that.
The books is the training wheels to bend your mind so it can't go back to where it was before you read the book. So now you got to fill it up with something to connect it to the truth that you already know.
Mm-hmm.
They call that the purification of the ego, and it requires certain disciplines.
Wow.
Facts. I want to encourage the family to please share the live. We appreciate you all for being here. We just hit the hour mark. Just so you know, brother, that we still got a lot to go. You know, I got nothing but time. But at any time, you know, if you do, I'm not sure how much of your time is available. But you know, but we will be going probably for about maybe 2.5 hours. The show usually goes about 2-3 hours. So at any given time, if you need a break,
Don't be lying to us.
And
please.
do you have a cash app?
Cool.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a cash app, Rod?
Yeah.
Put
Hold
it
on.
on
Yeah.
there.
I'm gonna type
Let's
it in
buy
the
some more
comments so
time.
you can. I'm gonna type it in the comments so you can pin it.
Yeah.
Can we buy some time? Right?
Can we buy some?
I don't sell nothing and I don't charge for nothing.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Appreciate that. But you know, I encourage everybody to please like. That doesn't cost you anything. Share, invite your friends, you know, because we're definitely going in. The brother is definitely going in uh with his knowledge. So if you are feeling in the give, it is Christmas, you were gonna buy something for, you know, for whatever kid or
Okay.
for whatever. So in the case that, you know, you are feeling generous, you know, the brother, you know, like he says, he does everything for free. But donations are always appreciated. We love y'all. We thank y'all for your time, for everything that you guys do. So if you are interested in, you know, helping the brother out, please be sure to hit him up on his cash app to show him some love. We also have the cash app for the Empress herself, Salima Ellis. So make sure that if you like what the teacher is giving and providing, please show her some love. We also got Sister Denise Grant. You know, we got her cash app going as well. You know, so if you like what she's doing, she's breaking it down. She's always ready for all the shows. You know, she's my right hand woman. You know, so I sometimes feel incomplete without her by my side. So you know, it's always a good thing to have her here. And if you do want to, you know, show some love for me, you know, hit me up on Cash App as well. Money sign detached. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. But moving forward, we are going to go into the sacred secretion, you know, and we appreciate everybody coming through. Salute to Taz, the chat, and the panel. Much love. Nature's music in the house. Peace and love. Glad to have you. To have you here. Greatly appreciate you. So you know, attend one Maxwell said, Rod lit. He be moving around. I've seen him on different channels. Gratitude. It's a good look. Yasini University is definitely family. We appreciate y'all. So, you know, make sure that you check out us out on all our platforms. Check us out on all our platforms. And actually, I'm going to I'm gonna give everybody like a 5 minute. It's about a 3 minute break. I'm gonna run this ads real quick about Yasini University. So everybody that is interested in joining us, there is perks if you do join the university. You know, you have access to me. You have access to the empresses. Rod Hayes will be available. You know, if anything comes up, and you have the studio available. You know, with all the perks that we do. But to make it even simpler, let me show you this quick little ad. It's about 3 minutes long, and we'll be back right in a minute.
Going the dumb diversa.
We are back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you. We appreciate y'all for sticking with us. Hope you like the presentation so far. We are going to get into the sacred secretion, and that's where we're gonna pick right back off. You want to continue reading, sis, or you want me to go ahead?
I can read.
Go ahead, Sister Salima. Can you read for us a little bit?
No problem. The sacred secretion. It finds this lowest form at the bottom of the journey. in the sacrum, sacroplex, sacroplexus, or sacred place, or sacred place. This sacrum is composed of the bottom 5 vertebrae of the spine fused as one, and below is the coccyx. This secretion that has made its way down your spine and rested in the sacred place, Bethlehem, where the seed Christ is reborn, is the allegory story of Santa Claus and how he comes from the top of the chimney spine to bring gifts.
Facts. So when we're looking at this sacred secretion, it is in the at the bottom of the spine where it rests for 2.5 days. Um, as it clearly says, that's your sacred place, the sacroplex. You got to take care of it a lot, because if you were to like break it or fall on it, that's how you become paralyzed. You have no more movement. That is a very, very sensitive and sacred place. Anybody else want to add something?
Yeah, it's a pump at that gland.
Yeah.
Right there in the sacrum.
Facts.
And then on your medulla is also a pump. So they work in unison to raise the gold elixir, the sacred secretion, up the spine. And this is when I talked about the colostrum and the mother suckling the baby before she take him off the umbilical cord. The ones who get the chance to do that, the child get the colostrum in the brain, which is this sacred secretion. So those children grow up to have above average intelligence and above average intuition and above average social development.
So, Rod, it turns out that the mother can do a lot of things.
Yeah, see, the mother is the tree of life.
Okay, so Dr. Blair said that it's the mother that determines the sex of the child.
Right, because she can override the Y chromosome
Right.
with progesterone and estrogen override is what it is.
So wouldn't it be in the best interest of anything carbon colored or copper colored to get in line with these mothers?
Well, the goal is to raise the matriarchy, because ain't nothing gonna get better until you put the women back where they belong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Isn't it like a state of emergency? If the mother is,
we already passed that.
we are.
We in DEFCON 5.
Right.
It was state of emergency when we seen Columbus. We just didn't know it yet.
Damn.
It was state of emergency when Cortez pulled up, but we didn't know it yet. Mm-hmm. It was a state of emergency when American Vespucci pulled up, but we didn't know it yet. It was a state of emergency when they claimed we crashed our landmass into the good ship Plymouth. But Plymouth Rock landed on us. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth is the good ship Mayflower, for those who don't know. And the reason why the imposters are still on the land, because they had a long 500-year litigation. Right? And the litigation was tied to what's known as the Great Bible Contract.
Damn.
So all they got to do is keep you stuck in the Bible and you still under contract.
Really? And all we got to do is like just, keep manifesting. Not necessarily wait, but just be around. Just stick around.
Right. When y'all women start clicking up in the sisterhood, y'all can claim every city back using our rights. So look, in our culture, we matriarchal. Every neighborhood got a collection of mothers. Each neighborhood pick a mother spokesperson. And when every neighborhood is represented, y'all oust those artificial mayors. A mayor is a matriarch seat. That's why it's called the mayor seat. The female horse is a mare.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We use the animals as the symbols to show the position, and they undermine the matriarchy by putting the man there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so the women, once y'all, that's the automatic, what we call the de jure city council. When each neighborhood got a mother of the neighborhood that represent that neighborhood interests, y'all the aldermen.
Facts.
Then y'all go and y'all tell the mayor of the de facto corporation, we the mothers on the land have decided that we no longer need the service of any legal fictions to administer government. Once y'all put them on notice, they got 30 days to pack their shit and leave according to the law of the land. They operating under maritime and admiralty law as a legal fiction, imposing themselves as the government. Soon as y'all assert y'all original jurisdiction, they have to go and hand y'all the keys to the city.
Is there a reason that we haven't?
Because we don't remember our culture.
Because the women don't know that they set the law and that the patriarch is there to enforce it. Whatever law we set, he's going to enforce. I was saying that during that live with the Bible breakdown. We don't know our own power. We don't know that we set law. That patriarch, when he leaves the home, he trusts us to enforce discipline and not ass whoopings, real discipline and law into that child.
Yes.
Because not only is that child representing us, we represent that child.
So share this video.
The patriarch want the law fulfilled, but we as the matriarch are still not in our right place. We reading the wrong shit. We following the wrong people. This feminism bullshit. This whatever this is, the distractions that they got for us.
Feminism is the other side of the patriarchal oppression coin. It gives the women feminism so they won't raise a matriarchy.
So y'all already know how you look instead of how you think.
Right. Y'all already got the power. Y'all just haven't been using it in so long. It's like an old arm that ain't been used. That motherfucker shrivel up. So it's an atrophy muscle in the community for the women to assert their jurisdiction. The most feared thing that this society have right now is that our people remember that we didn't come on ships. We was already here operating under a matriarchal form of government.
Yes.
And once they realize that part, the women can say, hold up, wait a minute. If we under a matriarchy, that means the general consensus of women to change the government is the law of the land. So let me connect with my sisters and say, Big Mama, what you want to do?
And you can't find any or what?
They already doing it. That's just moving in slow motion because it's not in the immediate conscious of the collective psyche.
Okay, well, do y'all need help?
No, y'all need help. That's y'all job.
We need the help.
Y'all job is to form the sisterhood to reclaim the land. My job is to tell y'all exactly what the law is that's already applied, that's applicable.
Right, and you said all that's going on. So I'm saying, are you good? Do you need any more help, or
do you need help?
No, right. I want to apply.
Exactly, right. But the question ain't, do I need help? I'm the one telling y'all how to get the power back.
Yes, we need help.
Yeah, so I'm telling y'all the solution to the problem in real time.
Oh shit.
That's right.
Yeah.
Every city, by consensus of mothers, you got to have neighborhoods, got to be represented in every household. And then they will elect among themselves the neighborhood representative to go to downtown of the local city.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And when y'all say by the general consensus of the women of the community, We no longer have any need of you to administer government. You can fold your legal fiction for non-performance. I already proved the non-performance part.
Right.
I already proved they was over here under the color of law in a de facto capacity. That's not even for debate. The only thing now is when y'all ready to start taking y'all power back, all y'all got to do is start clicking the sisters up. The mothers in the community is the power wielders. Y'all the matriarchs. So when y'all take y'all little neighborhood back, every neighborhood y'all take back is one step closer to taking the city back. Go to all of the churches, get the church mothers to get the mothers in the church to join forces. Take y'all shit back.
Yeah.
They didn't have long enough to come over here. They did everything they could to destroy us. They done robbed us. They done stole from us. They done raped us, our kids, our grandkids. They done raped our grandmamas and our great-grandmamas. They done murdered the chiefs, the princes. They done locked up the elders that's supposed to be putting this shit back in order so we won't get put back in order. So they did all the damage they can do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
The law of the land is when the mothers of the land, the matriarchs, start exercising their power, there's nobody to stop you.
Yeah.
Most definitely. So, for the sake of moving forward, because we're gonna speak on the same thing over again. I'm gonna get out with the. Did you want to add something, Sister Yasini?
Oh no, I'm good. He answered my questions, all of them.
Cool. If nobody else, Alima or nobody else want to add something, I am gonna get to the next slide.
I'm taking the information and going, well shit.
Yeah.
If all of this is true, then shit.
Most definitely. So the anointing, right? So the anointing travels down the spine to reach the sacrum, the sacred place, where it shall rest for two days, and on the third day you shall ride back up to heaven, known as the land of milk and honey, the electrical pineal gland and magnetic pituitary secretions. In this land of milk and honey, your 144 hertz of knowledge will be collected, anointed, and amplified by 1,000. You will be liquid dated, all right? Because remember, we're talking about commerce, all right? We're talking about commerce, and we are the currency, all right? We are the currency. So once we understand that, we have to understand that we must liquidate all this debt that we're under, all right? So you will be liquidated of karmic death, due, and will no longer have to return to this frequency realm where we are enslaved into.
I agree with everything except for being enslaved. We ain't enslaved. We volunteered to go through this bullshit.
True.
Because most of us at this time is the ancient warriors are old that came back to close out the age.
That's right.
By any means necessary. So we using right now, we brain bangling with the application of the art of war, right? In order for the prince to ascend the throne as the great pretender.
Right. You wanted to add something, Sister Yasini, or I'll move on to the next one?
Oh, no, you can go ahead.
All right.
I want to hit that up, Taz.
Go ahead, sis. Let us know.
You were about to read the part?
The
144,000?
Yeah. You want to get on with that?
If you want to read it, you want me to read it? I can go ahead.
Because that's what I was going to come in off of, too.
Because that's going to break down the 144,000 hertz and this whole story that we've heard about. Oh, only 144,000 are going to be saved. It's a frequency. Exactly. It's a frequency, family. And if you ain't reaching the frequency, it might be 100% of the motherfuckers that don't get quote unquote saved. All right, but go ahead, sis. Let us know about the 144,000.
The 144,000. The book of Revelation is all about the seven chakras. It mentions the number 7 55 times. 7 churches, 7 letters, 7 spirits, 7 lamps, 7 stars, 7 seals, 7 horns, 7 eyes, 7 angels, 7 trumpets, 7 heads, 7 crowns, 7 plagues, 7 bowls, 7 heels, 7 kings, 7 visions, etc. The number 144,000 in the book of Revelation is also in regards to the 7 chakras. When taken literally, it represents the exact number of souls that will ascend to God. In Kundalini Yoga, they teach that each of the 7 chakras is frequency of light energy that can easily get blocked by negative emotions, thoughts during the course of development. The symbol for the root chakra has 4 petals. Navel chakra has 6. Solar plex chakra has 10. Heart chakra has 12. And the throat chakra has 16, which equal 48. Now the third eye chakra is represented by the number 96, yet it only has 2 petals. This is because it is 2 times as powerful as the 5 lower chakras, which add up to 48. 2 times 48 equals 96. The crown chakra is said to be 1,000 times more powerful than the lower 6 chakras. So when you add up the lower 6 chakras, you get 4 plus 6 plus 10 plus 12 plus 16 plus 96 equal 144. When you times 144 times 1,000, 144,000. Hence, when you relieve yourself from karmic debt, self-judgment, you will emit the highest frequency of light and will no longer have to return to this realm of form.
Facts. Now I wanna before anybody else does anything, I wanna make sure that we somebody addresses the fact that it says at the very end, when you relieve yourself from karmic debt, quote in parentheses, self judgment. If you are self judging yourself, that means that you're here willingly and you're still here because of what you think of yourself and what it is, the judgment that you're placing upon yourself. But go ahead. Who wants to add value?
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I noticed. If
Yeah.
you notice, there's a lot of 7s in there,
Facts.
right? All of those 7s, everywhere you see a 7, you can insert the word master. And the master is a geometrist, a genealogist, a geologist of the sciences. So you're looking at all those 7s. You also looking at the symbol for the crooked man walking. All 7s flip to L's. All L's flip to 7. So it's a zigzag flip. Now the irony of it is in that description, there's probably as many L's in that description as it is 7s. But we just didn't notice it because we weren't paying attention. Mirror flipping. That's what that is. That's how we read the subconscious mind in order to draw out the misinformation from the accurate information by using those flip techniques of as above, so below, to use the earth lens as a telescope, but also using the reverse lens as the microscope. When we're doing this, we're doing science, but we're telling it in written story format. It's also a Masonic code for 144,000, right? So when they say 144 thou seeing, that means one angel that was sent, right? So it's also a Masonic code. So it's a whole lot of more going on with all of this numerology than we are actually privy to knowing, because there's a lot of esoteric mysticism involved.
Facts. Facts. Anybody else wanted to add something to Yasini?
Yeah, they're currently using inner city sirens to hit those 5 lower chakras. Because first they came out with the video of Tamir Rice at the parks, remember? And then about 2017, 2018, it came out that they were using the sirens because all the cities have these sirens in them. You can hear them sometimes, but that loud noise is not the only pitch or frequency that they're on that they can emit. So they use that to herd people into certain places and into certain ideologies. Okay, so that's why they're talking about those are your 5 lowest chakras. So when you talk about sevens, what are the sins that they usually herd our people in when we're in these urban areas? You could usually schools, churches, the club. You know what I'm saying? You could count off 7. Easy. So we have to be aware that there is a mechanism in place right now because you're the soul of the city. And they have to move you a certain way so that they can stay in control. So they have to fuck with those chakras and they use those sirens. I put it out on my page. If you go to Salima Ellis, there's a video of a young lady talking about how her grandfather hates the sound of the sirens. And we all do. It's for a reason. And see, and then they inverted that 7 patriarch, make it more phallic. Okay. So you have to be aware that these are the tricks that they use and that this ain't just something that's in a Bible in a past story. This is the sigils actually telling you, look, this is what's going on back then and now. But it's the same game plan, but they just using different devices on us. They're using different mechanisms, forms of schisms on the mind, and they use it 7 different ways. The military, the police, the schools, like I said, the club. So these sirens are used to herd us in certain orders and to work. Work, believe it or not, is one of the lower chakras because you can't see through that veil to know that it doesn't produce anything yet. But that was it basically. I think I was
Those are facts, especially the part with the bells, how we ruled by them. You know, we Sis and I were speaking about that in word magic, so it was deep how we got into that subject. Now, the reindeer. This is when we're gonna be.
Before you go, she mentioned something about the bells.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay. So you remember Pavlovian response psychology?
Okay.
It was based on bells as a timer to trigger a response in the physiology.
Whoa, hold on. Repeat the name of that thing.
Pavlovian response. You can type it in. So Ivan Pavlov was a psychiatrist who done something called Pavlovian response therapy. He's responsible for the bells in the schools. The whistles at work became bells. Right? And in the penitentiary, they count you by the bell.
Right. Facts.
Right? So those are all Pavlovian response network systems. Right? Now the school is a Pavlovian response Skinner box. Skinner box was invented by B.F. Skinner, practicing psychiatrist who used his own daughter as a tool of experimentation in the Skinner box for social and psychological condition to make her into a certain character type. So the schools using those 2 sciences is begin to develop drones through the system by dumbing them down and making them respond to the bells or the lower chakras in this case, based on what the sister was explaining. So as long as you operate in your lower chakras, your upper 3 chakras not being used. Right? Because your heart chakra is inconsequential until your crown chakra active. So it's just spinning, doing nothing. Where your other 3 lower chakras your lower base nature is running amok within the anatomy of the individual. It's also understanding the science behind the layout of the planets in the solar system. By understanding the chakras, you as it within, so without, as above, so below. Right? So if we don't respect the sun and the moon, then how are we going to appreciate the stars?
Fact. Did anybody else wanted to add something? My apologies.
I'm good. I'm taking notes.
All right. So we're gonna get into the reindeer, and this is gonna take us to the attachment of why we need the children. All right. We're gonna start digging into the next couple of slides when we talk about reindeer. We're gonna talk about immaculate conception, and we're gonna talk about the kidneys. All right. In the next three slides, we're gonna learn the why of the need of children. All right. Because remember, we already creating this gift. All right, that we're putting underneath the tree. All right. All right. We already broke down the whole concept of the tree. So when it comes to reindeer, when we look at the word rain from reindeer, it's a French word that translates into kidney. And the German rein means chaste, pure, uncorrupted, virgin. All right. I need you guys to remember that. Rein means chaste, something pure, something that's not that has not been corrupted, as in with a virgin. All right. As related to the Dutch rein, which means chaste. Hence, they used to have before the chastity belts. All right. To be chaste means to abstain from unlawful sexual intercourse. And the story of the Virgin Mary, the moon, giving immaculate birth to Jesus, we already know that sus means a kind of a swine, is about all of us. We are the ones who remain chaste, pure, virgin, uncorrupted because we are mentally consummating. There go them bells. Remember, we talked about this a few in parts two, almost at the end, about all these dingings and all these stingings. Brother Hayes just broke down the fact that just like we did in Word Magic paper PowerPoint, that we are ruled by bells, the schools, the work. Ding 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 ding, break time. Ding 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 ding, back to work. Ding 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 ding, time to go to gym. It's always some type of bell or a ting sound that we're hearing. All right. So we are all consummating or our relationships while believing our acts to be physical within this hologram matrix construct. All right. And I have the definition of chase for those not aware of it, as well as the translation from French into English, where we do realize that rain means kidney. All right. It's a French word for kidney. All right. So you could literally say that reindeer could be the kidney of a deer, but the kidney of what? We're going to get into that in the next slide. Does anybody want to add something in this one? Hayes, Salima, Yassini. If not, I'll go to the on to the next one.
Yeah, you good for the next one?
Okay, cool. So that's where the immaculate conception comes in. All right, because we are separated by our cocoons or our iPods, and only interact with each other through the electrical signals that the brain interprets as being physical. In this way, we all remain virgins, quote unquote, and every single birth is an immaculate conceived through the gamete intrafallopian tube transfer process, given as a Christmas gift from every human who chooses to conceive to the ET gods to grow us in their Garden of Eden or the Eden of Saturn. Now, this immaculate conception concept, it's already being presented as a reality. All right. And I have a link right here where I'm just gonna play out probably like a couple of give me 1 second while it loads up. Um, Good. And I'm gonna I want us to build on this is the first farm. All right. The first. Why is it not letting? Oh, because I'm on. Oh my God! I forget that this thing does not. Hold on, family. Before we do anything, let me. My Google be acting retarded, so it be doing crazy stuff. But let me put it in another browser so I could because my Google for some reason is always preventing me to take out the
Okay, Tess, while you're doing that, I want to ask Rob Hayes a question.
go ahead, sis.
So, knowing what all you know about things, what do you have a preference on? I don't want to say like what what's the creator to you, if you don't mind.
That's
The
Big Mama.
creator. The creator.
That's Big Mama.
Okay. Big Mama created everything, or she?
We all in her uterus, so she ain't created it. She still get the credit.
Okay.
She's sure carrying a heck of a load.
We all in here. If you see what's called black in the sky, then the fathers, that's her uterine walls, that what they call dark matter.
Damn.
The sacred noon, the primordial abyss of creation.
Okay.
Wasn't
So now,
nothing there until parthenogenesis took place in the womb of the great Big Mama.
if you're gonna say dark matter, then I'm gonna say, what about antimatter? Then is NASA lying about antimatter?
Antimatter is just another name for dark matter. It's the mirror opposite of matter, energetically speaking.
It's the true black mirror.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, because who would control it if
Right. So your love and light came out of triple darkness.
mhm.
That's why the light becomes the light of the world when you were awakening the Kundalini within.
So so the story could still be a creation story, however, it's just with a black woman instead of those tales that they made up. Is that what you're saying?
Everywhere that the woman was celebrated, they replaced her with a man. All of these stories has been turned into patriarchal glory stories to undermine the actual women who put the work in. Well, I want Layla Ali to be the greatest woman champion of all time, so I paint my picture and say that my name was Lali Ali.
Hmm.
And then I put all her information under my title. I ain't did shit. I'm just a thief. This is what all of the women of the world that were the guys of old were removed and replaced with, most of the time, they just put a beard on them. And they look like a man in drag.
That's what I always said about those Egyptian cartouches they were finding and stuff, talking about it was a man. It was a man. I was like, how you put his beard on backwards unless it wasn't even look. All of them men, they crazy. You know how they lie.
Everybody talking about the pharaohs had these temples and shit built. The pharaohs came, the males, the men who was the ruling kings, they didn't have shit built. They didn't authorize building projects. His wife did all that shit. She the one called in the architects, which back then was mostly women.
Damn. All that
Right.
shit makes sense for real.
So
Mm-hmm.
she called in her architects and started creating new designs. If you notice, since the designs of the Greek buildings, there has been no forward progress in designing of architecture. Everything is just reruns of what's already available. But when the women was being a creative architectural self, right, they were coming from under the different priesthoods SecMet, which they was learning combat, BASS, which they was learning community developing program development, Black Panther shit. Right? They was coming out of their different respective clans, and they was learning all of that shit, experiencing each clan, and then they would go create something that had never been created before. And that's what the Mary Magdala is really Mary with the mandala, who had the mandala effect.
Oh,
the creative effect, bringing forth the creation from the womb.
Holy fucking shit.
Damn.
Wow. Okay. Well, you teaching. So, okay, we're talking about the womb. Let's do it, brother. Tell me what you think about this lunacy right here. This is called Ectolife. It's the first real world first artificial womb facility. It already exists. All they got to do is just start making this thing.
Introducing EctoLife, the world's first artificial womb facility, powered entirely by renewable energy.
Right, they tell us powered by renewable energy, but they don't tell us the
source.
Right, the source, the source of that, and where they're taking it from. So just adding that.
I want y'all to look at these images real close while he's showing them.
Okay, cool. Please stop me at any given time and during the video if you want to speak on something specific, whether it be you, Rod.
Right now, I just want to emphasize to look at these images of these babies in these pods.
Okay.
Right, I wanted to emphasize it because I'm going to talk about it in a minute.
They become the true biological parents of their own offspring. It's a perfect solution for women who have their uterus surgically removed due to cancer or other.
It's a perfect excuse for women who had their uterus removed. Why would you have your uterus removed? Something had to happen because of it. I just wanted to add that.
Complications. With EctoLife, premature births and C-sections will be a thing of the past. EctoLife is designed to help countries that are suffering from severe population decline, including Japan, Bulgaria, South Korea, and many others. The facility contains 75 highly equipped labs. Each state-of-the-art lab can accommodate up to 400 growth pods or artificial wombs.
400 pods or artificial rooms per corner that they have within the facility. You know how many hybrid babies that is? But
Every pod is designed to replicate the exact conditions that exist inside the mother's uterus.
I'm gonna challenge that off the top and just say that is not replicating the exact environment. It is not the exact environment because there is no
Single building can incubate up to 30,000 lab-grown babies per year. EctoLife allows your baby
30,000 babies a year, one building.
Damn.
to develop in an infection-free environment. Materials that prevent germs from sticking to their surfaces. Every growth pod features sensors that can monitor your baby's vital signs, including temperature, blood pressure, breathing rate, and oxygen saturation. The artificial intelligence-based system also monitors the physical features of your baby and reports any potential genetic abnormalities. The pods are equipped with a screen that displays real-time data on the developmental progress of your baby. These data are sent directly to your phone, so you can track your baby's health from the...
They have literally, family, they have turned the act of giving birth into something that you keep track on an app. On an app on the phone.
That's that sick book coming into play. Women don't even have to push out a baby no more. You get to keep your body forever.
Well,
you
my
breaking
theory
natural
on this,
law left and right.
my theory on this is that after what they just did to us with the forced vacations that they gave to all these people, a lot of women's wombs will not be able to hold a baby no more. They are literally capitalizing on something that hasn't taken place yet. It will come a time that the womb will be so infected that, because the point is, to keep the woman under control, to keep her down at all times. So by making sure that you control reproduction, and now you're getting, in my opinion, family, there is no soul in somebody that's created in an artificial womb. That's just me. I don't care what DNA you put into that being, but this is what's gonna capitalize on the chaos that's gonna be caused by the upcoming downward spiral of the population of the world. Why? Because remember, before they broke down the what are those rocks called, where it said that they had to keep the population under
The Georgia Guidestones.
Georgia Guidestone. Before, that's why they broke him down, because they didn't want nothing. Okay, so you guys saw him, whatever, but we don't need your predecessors to see him. The people that are gonna come after you, the children that are growing up right now, we don't want them to know about those stones. We don't want them to know that at one point in time we were telling y'all that we wanted to keep the population under a certain number in accordance with nature, quote unquote. All right.
Where did
But
they get that number from, though?
But
right.
that's the problem. That they number ain't got nothing to do with nature. What they doing is pushing their open penal code on indigenous peoples. Because I'm gonna tell you, remember you were asking earlier, like, why would they give up their uterus? Okay, as a woman that's been through the medical system, the first thing to tell you is you got fibroids, and the best thing to do is give up your uterus. Or we didn't have a slew of kids, which we do, because I got 5, and I already got 6 from my oldest. I ain't even counting the other ones that's old enough to have them. Okay, so now they tried to get my daughter to get rid of hers, talking about, oh, you done. No. And this is how they get us. They use these, like the chief said, Chief Blackrock gratitude. These are scare tactics that they use on the indigenous women when we go into the facilities willingly. This is why we said do not take those DNA kits. Where you think of the genetic code come from? That's what the Genome Project is all about. They needed our genetic code to fix that shit. Okay? So y'all took those DNA tests. You let them take your uteruses without willing to do self-care, self-love to yourself so you can keep our nation going. Now you helping them inadvertently with this bull. Okay? So I'm just, that's just some of it. That's just the tip of it. That it's deeper than that. But hey.
I did a video called The Desecration of Holy Places, Hysterectomies and Mastectomies. Because the same way that they desecrate our holy places on the land is the same way they desecrate the women by removing their uteruses and chopping off their mammary glands. But then they put the mammary gland on top of the mosque, and then they put the uterus in the form of the head of the Baphomet. So they can villainize the woman at every turn. I told y'all that. What you're looking at with these pods is nothing new. This is old Anunnaki technology. It's in the holy tablets. It's in the sacred tablets, the cuneiform tablets of Sumeria, when it said that they was growing the children in the birth pods. This is what they was talking about. This is how the Anunnaki was altering the genetics of the species of earthborn that was already here by using these techniques of accelerated development right? That's how they was able to clone using this process. And not only do they clone, they also do something called genetic diversification by moving certain things slightly out of position on the genome to have it give a different effect in what's being born. They monitor it just like this on the ships that they used for the birth maidens. If you go back to Mother Hubbard, if you go back to um, um, Inanna, these were birth maidens who overseen the pods on the ships when they was taking long galactic trips. They would grow their own avatars on the ship and jump bodies instead of die. Right? So this is what you're looking at. If there's a description of it in the Sumerian tablets, and also on YouTube, there's some sisters that did some remote viewing on early Egypt for the Farsight Institute. If you look it up, they're going to describe these same birth pods, and they're going to describe the giant praying mantis looking being that was the protector of the birth pods, right? So all this is already old technology rediscovered by modern humanity after the genetics has been altered.
That's insanity for real. That I would have to agree with Jasmine. You know, with what we're seeing that they're doing now. That's some sick people stuff or whatever. You know, but others obviously breaking it down. I encourage you to. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, you know, because it's an 8 minute thing. But Ecto Life, just feel free to check out the video. It is the first world's artificial womb facility that it's already built. This is the capacity that it has. It goes into further detail, but we're not going to take it too far there or whatever. I just wanted to make sure that we introduce that into what we were talking about in regards about immaculate conception. If nobody wants to add nothing else,
One more thing.
go ahead.
Look up Cabbage Patch Kids origin.
Okay.
And look up Cabbage Patch orphans, right? So these was children that they was growing in the laboratory back in the day,
Okay.
right? They had a big exhibit of this at the World Fair in the 1800s, but this supposed to be new technology.
You said Cabbage Patch Kids, origins, and then you said Cabbage Patch what?
Orphans.
Oh, okay, Cabbage Orphans. Okay, I'll see if I could. Oh, okay. I'll look deeper into it because it's not giving me exact details.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll definitely look into it. But go ahead, brother. Continue, please.
Yeah, so this is old tech. They just rediscovering how to use this tech because we had a nuclear holocaust on Earth that gave us an early ice age known as a nuclear winter.
Okay.
We coming out of that ice age now, and the closing of the age just so happened to be the time that we restore all things. Right? So when we talk about immaculate conception, this was the cause of the war between Inanna and Enlil that started in Nibiru because she produced a male child parthogenically
Woo-hoo.
that took away the male right to rule from the Anunnaki and gave it to the Earthborn. So Enlil got pissed and launched the attack on the divine feminine, the great mother, Inanna, Isis. Whoever sit on the Isis seat the wife of the pharaoh. The pharaoh's mother. But the pharaoh is really the woman. Because the word pharaoh means the woman of the house. The woman is the light of the house, to be more specific.
Damn.
That's deep.
That's
That's
why
deep.
they told us it being the great lighthouse.
Oh, teach. Okay.
Right? So the woman can catalog the DNA of every man she ever slept with. And the storage place is called the Queen's Chamber in her brain.
Is that why those pharaohs be looking so feminine?
Probably because they turned the men into the women into men in order to conceal the rulership of the women.
Okay, okay.
Wow.
Everything is designed to feminize the men, masculize the woman, underline the divine masculine and feminine by not allowing it to manifest by the laws of nature. But we was put here to become our best self so we could be the best mate for our mates.
Okay.
And contrary to popular opinion, every dude be thinking he pick his woman, he don't pick her, your mama pick her. She just used your heart chakra to find her.
Damn.
Facts.
Okay, Rod, do you think Aleister Crowley was verbatim when he said learn everything backwards?
Yeah, he was telling you that they flip everything on you. So if you don't learn how to flip it back, you can't see what they're telling you.
But everything is like pretty broad. You know?
They use everything that we already do against us. We already do a whole lot of shit.
And then at the end of learning it, you said you didn't want to go through that shit no more.
Mm-mm.
So now you got to start over. Anyway, if you want to do something with yourself.
Damn.
I don't mean I got to like it.
Right, well, definitely.
It ain't nowhere in the rule book that say as I go through my development, I'm supposed to like it.
That's right.
I can get mad about this shit, kick my toe on the motherfucking corner of the bed, and, stub my toe.
Hell no.
I can be mad about this shit. Long as I get the job done, that's all that matters.
Yeah, most definitely. So let's keep in mind now, just to go on to the next one. Let's keep in mind what we found, and remember, rain means kidney. All right, the rain in reindeer means kidney. Now, when we're looking at the word kidneys, the ren in children, all right, children is the Latin word for kidneys, name of a precious stone. We also find the word kid within the word kidney. And the Swedish ren, that means clean, clear, pure, which obviously connects in the language web with the German rain and the Dutch rain, pure, virgin, clean, and chaste. The kidneys obviously also help our biology cleanse everything, which makes it clean, clear, and pure. So we see this purity concept that we find within the concept of ren, since we have the word children, because we already know that the rain also means kidney, as well as the ren in children. And I know a lot of people. What did I hit the? This is the ren in children is the reason why you have renal. When you're talking about the renal glands, it says of or pertaining to the kidneys. All right. Everything else, I mean, you could go ahead and read it on your own. Press pause and read the rest of it, whatever. But the point is that the renal or the ren, it pertains to the kidneys. All right. as with the whole children. All right, why the kidneys? Because a child is pure. It's not. It hasn't been touched yet. You know, it's still in its virginity state. All right. So we have the child plus ren equals children, and the kid plus knee equals the kidney. All right. Looking forward, we have the reincarnation. All right. The reincarnation, because we're in a cycle. We're stuck in a cycle. All right. And we're steady coming back over and over, and we're not accomplishing what we came to accomplish in the first place. But before that, did anybody wanted to add anything about the kidneys?
Go back a couple slides.
Back.
One more. Okay, the word reindeer right here,
Right.
it's also a code. The
Okay.
the reign also means rulership of something. And the deer is the what you call zoo type for the elk lodge, which is the Elks clan, those whose totem animal is the elk. Right? So this is the rulership of the elk lodge comes at the cycle of the new solstice. So it's telling you a particular lodge.
Well,
And then you have the reindeer right there, that's the parody of Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. And the Rudolph is the Randolph is the black girl matching.
okay.
So she surfaces once again to get her point across. Y'all niggas gonna learn y'all something today.
Okay.
Most definitely, most definitely. That for those that didn't hear in the
You
background.
gonna learn today.
Yes.
But absolutely, absolutely. Going back to the one that we was in with the kidneys. All right. If nobody wants to add anything else, I'm gonna go
If
to.
you see those kidneys, they look like the early stages of fetal development of a set of twins.
Yeah.
Because when they go through the first stage, they look like a butter bean.
Oh, I see what you're. Holy shit!
Right? So the kidneys are the purifier of the blood. It's a filter. Right? And the urine comes out sterile.
Facts.
But when it's exposed to the light, the uric acid converts into ammonium, which contaminates the urine.
Facts. Facts.
Right? But as long as it's in the bladder, straight from the kidneys, it's purified. Right? So this is when you're talking about the need of a precious stone, talking about a kidney stone. We also find word kid with the word kidney. Kid meaning the baby goat who's going to grow up to be the great Baphomet. The Baphomet symbol is the goat head, which is also the symbol of the uterus. Right? And then it says obvious connection to language web with the German Reich. And the German Reich was the Reich. In the reign of the Reich, the Fourth Reich was the unknown Reich, Operation Paperclip, a NASA connection off a Thule Society claim on a H.P. Blavatsky's secret doctrine in order to capitalize off of a Knights Templars 32-degree Scottish Rite sellout of the people. So it's a redemption program through a purification process of the children by understanding where the contamination is coming from. So the kidneys is where you filter it out.
Facts.
And that's why urine comes out gold.
Facts. You want to add something, sis? before we keep it moving?
No, keep it moving.
I hear you. I'm listening myself, so
Hey, this is how it's supposed to go. It's supposed to flow right on through with
right,
all this
definitely.
information.
So with reincarnation, all right. Remember the word rain, and and the fact that a carnation is a flower, all right? But flower is also flower, and I'm gonna explain that right now. This is why there is also reincarnation, because a carnation is a flower, and we produce the virgin flower or flowered more sexual innuendo to make bread, who are reincarnated, which are virgin, clean, clear, and pure all over again. All right. If you remember, when you when you take away the virginity of a woman, it is said that she is deflowered. All right, her virginity is taken away. All right, now with rains meaning kidneys, and kidneys is purity. All right, the purity of something, and a carnation is a flower that represents something untouched. All right. Want to add something? Anybody?
So right here, when you say reincarnation and you see the budding flower, the flower is, like you said, it's synonymous with the developing young maiden, which they call a virgin.
Right.
Right. So she's coming of age. She's beginning to flower now.
Right.
Right. So if you look at the story that's being told, right? So the young female is flowering, and she's being capable of producing a seed again. The reincarnation, you come back through your own bloodline.
Right.
So when you reinsert yourself into the flower, then you born again through rebirth or regeneration. This is the story of Tammuz and Dumuzi, the
Ooh.
sprout and the sprout of the sprout. That's just like the first sprout. The father is like the son. Comparative analysis on be a good man in order to raise a boy into a good man so that you can raise a good husband to farm the vineyard. And the vineyard is where the flowers grow, and the flowers grow and they become grapes, and then you make the wine. And the wine is synonymous with the sacred blood. So you become the tender of the farm of the family as the great husbandman, right? It's all symbology to take you back to the psychosocial development of a people so that you can see where the errors is in the developments of the society. So this is giving you sociology by symbolism, how to develop a strong, coherent family. To develop the family by properly farming the flowers. That's the offspring. Because all of the flowers come forth offspring.
Ooh.
Damn.
Okay.
And,
Facts.
and some of the flowers is roses, but some of them are daisies. But you'd rather be raising flowers than pushing up daisies, because daisies grow in the cemetery.
Damn.
Right.
So if you pushing up daisies, that means that you dead.
So look around your city and how many daisies do you see pushing up in empty fields and stuff? Wonder
Uh-oh.
what's up under their dead.
Somebody in trouble.
They ain't all in the cemetery.
Okay.
They ain't all in the cemetery. They're all over the cities.
Right, but the keeper of the dead is the keeper of the mentally dead in order to snap them out of the slumber.
Right. Right.
Right, so then he becomes the shepherd of the sheep because they know not what they do. Right, so he lead them along the path for the wise because the wise already have a beaten path. And the path is beaten by the women a long time ago if the men just wake up and see what's in front of them. Put the power where the power go, and nature runs how it's supposed to run flawlessly. As the flower blossoming on time in the spring of the year proves annually. Right? So off the tails of the winter solstice, we looking at the spring equinox now. So this gives you a time frame in bookends. And the symbolism is the old man of the forest is kicking good Saint Nick straight in his goddamn chest. Get your imposter ass off the land. Saint Nick becomes the representation of the monetizing commercial aspects of the Catholic Church in order to manipulate and control the social groupings of people at key centers of energy in the upper atmosphere that's going to manifest on Earth.
Fact.
So why is Santa black then?
Because the real Saint Nicholas was black.
There you go.
But they painted pale faces and black face to tell you that it was black faces behind the pale faces.
Shit.
But we didn't never catch it because we didn't know that the black hand was the black man under the KKK robe who brought that attire straight from Barcelona, Spain. The Easter Festival. And the Easter Festival is the Ishtar Festival. It's the fertility festival of the woman, which goes back to the spring of the year and the coming forth for the flowers. And a rose is still a rose, even if it grows from the concrete with tattered petals.
All of this stuff makes it even more sinister that that they would have the Bible be told like it's being told, or the allegories that they use to tell that, versus real, true, beautiful, natural, divine stories, equating these flowers with life and the body and all these mechanisms, like, flowing like they're supposed to flow. And then they give us these allegories with the Bible that just, you can't, they be so ridiculous, you can't even think about them. That's what I would say. But they're not ridiculous. It's not even so much that they're ridiculous, that the planning and plotting and scheming that went into mixing up the real science or the real stories or the real wonders. Like, it's no wonder. Like, this is beautiful shit right here, right? And
yeah.
We don't appreciate this. We don't.
That's the wonders of nature, as we used to call them. Because if we observing nature, every part of nature is going to teach us about the microcosm and the macrocosm.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to know how our body works because the nature is going to show us the physiology using alternative physical vessels as the parts of the body.
Mm-hmm.
So when the women started looking for the herbs that healed the body, this is what they was matching up. The bean looked like a kidney. Therefore, the legumes, as they call them, have the nitrogens in it that allows the kidneys to process at a more optimum rate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right? So the women already knew that. So the comfort food be the kidney beans or the beans cooked slow, seasoned over time by how she feel in order to put her heart into the meal. And then she put the beans over the rice, and it feels so good eating it because you can taste the love in the food. Because that was one of the seasonings that was going in over the time of the cooking. And you cook them on low temperature so that you allow the nutrients to extract into the pot liquor so that the pot liquor could be used to make the baby food. But we don't remember that. When she cooked the greens and used the cornbread because we didn't have no Gerbers.
Right,
Put the
right,
pot liquor on the cornbread and mash it up for the baby.
right. There was no Gerber baby. Everybody was a Gerber baby. None of
Everybody was Big Mama baby because Big Mama used to cook all the time and had plenty pot liquor to make baby food. She knew what she was doing.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, when we're getting it, since we're getting into reincarnation, all right. I want to touch up a little more on the whole concept because there's a little more to it. So with reincarnation, remember, we're talking about a flower, all right. A carnation is a flower, and we're talking about purity, virgin, clean, clear. We're talking about reincarnation, coming back, cycling back, all right. Now, when we look at flower, first of all, put a one on the. Actually, don't put a one. Put a 666 in the chat if you were aware that the word flower, as in FLOUR, and flower, as in FLOWER, are one in the same. The flour that you use for cooking and the flower, the carnation,
And
are,
the flour you smoke.
huh?
And the flour you smoke.
And the flour you smoke.
Damn.
One in the same, all right? So when we look at the edamon, all right, because we don't want to just speak just to speak. When we look at the edamon of flour, it's a finer portion of found of ground grain, all right, and maintaining its older spelling on the notion of flour as the finest part of a meal, perhaps as the flower is the finest part of the plant or the fairest plant of the field, as distinguished from the coarse part too. Old French fleur, fleur is Spanish for flower, FLOWER, also meant both flower, blossom, and meal, fine flour. The English word also was spelled flour until flour became the accepted form in the 1830s. So when we look at the etymon of flour, as in flour, what you cook with, it literally tells you finer portion of a grain, mid 13C, from flour. All right, the root word of flour is flour. The root word of flour is flour. All right, that just to
So this is what you call a word derivative,
facts.
right? So this derivative emerged off of a homonym. That's two words that sound alike but mean something different. But in
Right,
this case, it's two words that spelled different, but they mean the same thing.
and they mean the same thing. Those are facts, facts, facts. So now that we're aware of that whole concept being one in the same, then we know that flower, and also the perennial, it's a kind of a flower, all right? And a perennial is the kind of flower that goes through a cycle of reincarnation. It dies in the winter and it comes back. And as we talked about earlier, we know that this one dies and come back, but the pine tree is the only tree that never dies. The pine tree don't die. It don't matter if it's winter or if it's hot as hell. The pine tree kicks ass. The pine tree kicks ass. All
So
right.
the pine tree comes from a group of trees called the evergreen. And the evergreen means forever green. This species of tree included the pine, the fern, which we classify as Christmas trees. right? And the evergreens is where you get your pine sol scent from.
Facts.
The pine scent is an old Native American cleaning tradition. Years ago, before the settlers came, when you come over on the cleaning day, everything smelled like pine sol.
Right. Facts.
Because it was pine cleaner was the first industrial cleaner that we made because we didn't have to kill the trees to make it.
You could just get the sap.
Okay.
You could just sap it. You could just tap it and get the sap, because that's what we do here. We bleed our trees in the wintertime right here at Rouge Park, right here in Detroit. We get the sap for honey, sugar, maple syrup. You could just tap them and get the sap for all of that. You ain't even got to kill them.
Yeah, but
if you indigenous, you know, your mind, you know, you ain't got to cut it down and all of that. A lot of the like he said, the pine, they spruce, evergreens, all type of, they stay green all year long. And as long as you don't mess with them or harm them too bad, you can use them continually. It's good sap for open wounds, bruises. You seal up your house, all type of stuff. Those are trees.
That's deep. That's deep.
everything we did was to live in harmony with the land. So when the invaders came, we lived in the treetops. We had treetop villages just like we had villages on the ground. If you look at Florida, you'll see a lot of tree stumps when you're going down toward the Keys. That's because all of those trees was burnt down in forest fires and chopped down by lumberjacks in order to get in there to get at the Gullah Geechee and the Seminole Wars or the Gullah Wars. You used to be able to walk treetops from southern Florida's tip all the way to Louisiana without coming out the trees. Now you can't find no trees.
Hey, on some Avatar shit.
Yeah, we literally used to have treetop villages.
Facts. Big facts.
That look, they burnt down our cities, flooded us out, mud flooded us, been continuously bombing us ever since they've been here, and then they act like we ain't even at war.
Straight
and then
back.
they tell us how to fight them.
Right. Right.
If you want to fight me, you got to fight me like this.
Right. And we be like, okay.
Right. Right. Won't think outside the box with that shit.
We ain't gonna never take our shit back because don't nobody want to take our shit back. But as soon as we get tired of playing the game,
that was a lie.
Look, as soon as we get done playing the games and we get tired of dicking around with these motherfuckers, we gonna claim our shit back. Ain't no doubt about it, because we done it before and we'll do it again.
Facts. Facts.
It's just family business. It ain't nothing personal. And we related to the earth.
Yeah, most definitely. So when we look at NATO, all right, because this is where we get stuff like native and stuff like that. You know, this is where we find the difference between indigenous and native. Or there is another one. There is autochthonous, I think is the word, but I can't. I might be slaughtering the word. I can't recall it right now. But when we're talking about NATO, it says this could also be known as reincarnated, because the word NATO is definition of and relating to the place of time of one birth. This word is etymologically rooted in the Portuguese Natal, meaning Christmas, Noel, Jule, Nativity. Hence, you know, that's what they say that the nativity that you do underneath your tree is literally the recreation of the birth of of white Jesus. Now, as well as the Indonesian language also shows the Christmas connection of birthing children with its word Natal, meaning Noel or Christmas. All right. So that is the correlation when you are reincarnated in association to what to the place where you're born at. You know that connection because if you're reincarnating, you're gonna be born in different places, but you're always gonna come back to your own lineage. What say you, sister?
So that's how they track us from lifetime to lifetime using our natal chart. A natal chart is your birth chart.
Facts.
And they know when you coming in because you also have a death natal chart. Right? So this is when you're not going to be in the physical body, but when it's a certain alignment of stars, your energy signature going to tell them you coming back and where at on the planet based off longitude, latitude, and the stellar alignment. And that's why they always want your vital statistics
Facts.
because they're matching their data of when you left the last time to when you return.
Facts. Did you wanted to add something, Sister Yasini? We still got you with us, or
I'm definitely with you. Just listening.
listen?
Number 7.
I want to add on to that.
I'm on to number 7 though.
Please go ahead, sis.
It's the way for the colonies, the open penal colonies, to know how many people are going to be born into those colonies, how many they're going to add into those roles to put into school, to work, to things like that. Like he said, it's just another tracking device. Because I don't think I've ever had one done myself.
Okay.
And you don't want to be tracked like that because you don't want them giving you a death certificate.
Right.
I don't want to, but Yasini said the other night, made me jump up on my chair. She said, we allow them to pronounce us dead. That doesn't mean
But we
that
didn't know what they
dead.
were doing because they concealed it. The way that they concealed it, it took us a long time to discover exactly how it worked.
Facts. Now with the whole nativity story, did you want to add something, Sister Yasini? You're muted though. That's why I couldn't hear nothing you said.
I'm sorry. I said it works by them knowing biology pretty much. They know about homeostasis. They know how the cells work. They know that the cells is fighting for life. And so if you can take a person and just say, oh, you have cancer, you probably in stage 4, you're gonna die in 6 months. Then right there, that person don't know how to refute that with their mind. Then they're just gonna take that information, slowly let it start feeding at them, and then they're gonna make themselves in a state of dying. Right?
They accept the program.
Yeah. And then all they really got to do is who knows what. Once they get you in the hospital, that's the worst thing. I mean, you've been diagnosed with death.
Yeah, pretty much.
50-50 chance. All of the shit, whatever they say, they can make it.
When we born, they declare us dead on sea under Admiralty law.
Yes.
Because we breached our mother's canal, we were stranded at sea.
Yeah.
That's what kept us under salvage right law, which they used to implement squatters' rights.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And a squatter makes you a foreigner, no?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're even if it's your land, if you label yourself a squatter, you're a foreigner because that's what a squatter does. It goes and sits itself on somebody else's property and claims it for themselves.
Right.
Yeah. So the squatters' rights was part of salvage cleanup from the great wreck of the Plymouth and our landmass. They put us under quarantine because they said our landmass smashed into their ship, and they filed the claim in the world court. This is why they had to come to the peace treaty, the peace friendship agreement, merge the Virginia Company, the Northwest Trading Company, sign a treaty with the Royal Moroccan Company in order to do commerce and trade in the Americas under the Admiralty jurisdiction of the Crown of England, empowered by the Pope. And the clergy was given the instructions to civilize the world and implement some shit called the white man's burden, to spread Christianity to all of the heathens of the world. So when we talk about the Christmas story, we really talking about an ancient pagan tradition to commemorate the winter solstice and move the families together in order to harness the energy of the winter solstice by good tidings or good energy exchange. They took it and turned it into a commercial enterprise. They turned it into a commercial enterprise in order to use it to suck our money from us, our wealth, and keep us impoverished.
Facts. Big facts.
You know, so the poorest people in the world buy the most expensive shit.
True. That is true. That is very, very true. We that's because a person that feels, not that they are, a person that feels worthless will go looking for something else to acquire to give themselves some worth. And you're not worthless. You've been bamboozled into thinking that you're worthless.
Or you can look at it another way. They naturally feel like they're royalty and that they should have the best of everything. And this poverty shit is confusing to them because it doesn't make sense. Because we ain't never been the impoverished people on this land. So we don't know what this poverty shit is. I want to get it because that's what I want.
That's crazy.
Facts.
Shit. Wow.
But once we realize that our natural royal disposition to have the best of everything has been weaponized against us, then we withhold our money from the enemy and only do business with each other.
And that's gonna happen?
We got to.
Right.
Unless you want to stay oppressed and subjugated to the system.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. We can't. If we want change, like Obama said, shit. I hate to quote him, but he's the one that I remember saying it. But if you want change, you gotta be the change. You gotta bring forth that power and that unity. It's gotta be a unanimous unity that just goes completely against I don't want to say the status quo, but the norm that has been set in place to tell us what's normal and what's not normal.
That's like the law average. What the fuck is average? What that mean? That was a way to divide to separate people based on skill set. The average motherfucker is the one that don't really work hard for it, but he good at it anyway.
Right.
But if you put in the hard work, he'd be great. That's what average is.
They don't call me average. Or normal.
Yeah, I don't think I've been accused of being normal or average.
Right.
Below average, maybe.
Above normal.
Look, the deer come back. Black girl magic.
Right. Of course. Yeah. So let's get to this. Let's get to this dough. To this because we know the word deer, but are we?
Hey, play the thing. This is black girl magic. You gonna learn.
Oh no. Hold on, where is it at? Where is it at?
You gonna learn today.
Yep.
You gonna learn today. But let's learn about this doe. Because we know the word deer, but the deer in reindeer is cognate with the word doe, which is phonetic doe. Because remember, we're talking about a flower. And from the flower comes the flower. The flower, the carnation, that's where you get the flour for cooking. Well, that not exactly that, but I'm just saying the flour is where you get the flour from. I don't know what other way to explain it, but I'm hoping that you're catching the whole thing, which is the phonetic dough made from the flour or flour, the carnation or reincarnation that makes the bread. The other aspect to consider is that the deer is also connected to the heart because the word deer translates into Dutch heart, Norwegian jord, Swedish jord, and while the English word heart definitionally a red male deer. All right, so a heart is a red deer, like a HART. It means a red deer,
which
and
is actually a tribe too.
oh, okay, go ahead.
And
Damn.
that's they told him is the red deer. It's a motherline tribe, meaning that the inheritance come through the red house. So they the red deer. The blue deer is coming from the father line, which is the rulership. But this is the red deer, which is the Peastone Nation, which is Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, and the red nose is the symbol for the pit bull. And the pit bull is the one that get a hold of that shit, won't let go. So when you're talking about the hearts, right, you're also talking about a kindred clan called the Valentines, right? They named Valentines after Saint Valentine of the Catholic Church, but they was really a spinoff tribe of the Red Heart tribe that was influenced by the church.
Hmm.
You see, she say, "Dear is Jeep flipped."
I caught that. I caught that. And when
Mm-hmm.
you look at Jeep flipped, it resembles deer.
Yeah. Now look, you see the picture with Santa Claus and the reindeer, right?
Right?
But behind him, that's supposed to be the moon, ain't it?
Right? Those are facts.
But that's really the Earth because it's a mirror flip. It's a mirror flip on the four corner shuffle, which is a vice lord line. The the buck, the doe, the fawn, and the herd, which is a family affair.
A
Because
family.
the buck is because the doe is the parents of the fawns, and the fawns make up the herd, and the herd make up the family. And the family is from the Red Heart tribe, or the Heart tribe represented by the red buck, which is Ohio, the Buckeye State. And the Buckeye is the bullseye. On the red eye is a late night flight on the West Coast turnaround to the LAX.
Yeah.
So we read the pictures as the tarot cards. And that's where the black girl magic come in, the ability to read the oracle.
You gonna learn today.
All right, Taz.
And so when the term of endearment is dear, honey. Ain't that
Facts.
right?
Facts.
Ain't,
Yes.
ain't that right, sweetheart?
Okay.
Who is that you talking to? That's just my boo.
Yes.
And
That's the
boo is a ghost, and ghost is Casper. And
term.
Casper is the friendly ghost, and the friendly ghost is the ghost with the friendly soul. And the friendly soul is the kindred spirit. And the kindred spirit is the spirit you're familiar with, which is a familial spirit, which is a bloodline on a family tie, on a family tree. I'm just saying, can y'all keep up with me?
Yeah, keep it coming. Coming.
So the black girl magic is knocking on a zigzag zig on the crossfire to a 3-picture 2-ball cane flip on a family affair for the motherland to be redeemed off the red heart. And the red heart is filled with passion. And the heart of the home is the kitchen. Because the kitchen is the pride of the mother, where she make the soul food to nourish the souls of the family. So we all sit around the dinner table as one happy family. And that's how you keep the herd together. I'm just saying. I ain't the one to talk, so you ain't heard
Hey. Ooh, that's what we want to hear. I'm telling you. That's what we want to hear.
Joe Beller said her brain might explode.
Yes. Give us some of that brain explosion. I'm gonna take 20 on that brain explosion.
It's called a braingasm.
Braingasm. There you go.
Let me get $50 worth.
Right. Yeah. So that's the deer. But remember, we're talking about the red heart, the red buck. All right. So when we're talking about the red buck, we're talking about the candy canes, the red and white candy canes. All right. Now, Sis, you want to tell us about candy canes?
Yep. Okay, so the word deer also gives us the conjoined indication as to why candy canes are also an integral part of this tradition. By spelling deer backwards, we get the anagram of reed and reed. Translated into French becomes rosé, meaning cane reed. So the candy cane of the reindeer, which is simply another allegorical way of indicating the spinal column.
Facts.
Yes, the spinal
candy
column.
Facts.
Now,
So,
the symbol for the vice lords is a top hat and a cane.
top hat and a cane, right? Those are facts. Those are facts, though.
Yeah.
The top hat represents the Manhattan Indians.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Manhattan clan is the Mad Hatter clan. They the ones who rallied the troops.
Facts.
Manhattan is the battle cry, right? They are the gents. And the cane is the cane represented by the Baron at the crossroads. Right? That old goon, Ogun. Right? So now he walked with a cane because he got a limp. That's a crooked man walking on the land. And you see on the Vice Lord cap, you see the 5-pointed star of Venus instead of the upside down 5-point star of Baphomet. Because Baphomet is Venus crucified.
Come again?
Baphomet is Venus crucified. It's the upside down 5-point star. These are the symbols of the Vice Lord Nation. 5-point star, peoples.
Yeah, most definitely. I just wanted people to get a visual of what the brother was saying, because I know y'all hear him talking.
Yeah.
It sounds like gibberish, but when you put 2 and 2 together, you could find the concept of what he is that he's talking about, this top hat and the cane. Right? So just adding value to the brother's thing, but yeah, candy canes, the buck, the reed, becomes the cane or the spinal column. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we're did anybody else wanted to add something? Because
So the reed is also synonymous with the Reed Sea, mistranslated in the Bible as the Red Sea. The
Damn.
Red Sea is the Red Crips, but the Red Crips is called Bloods.
Right.
Right. So now we on the West Coast turnaround with the information. We got all clans on the land involved in Black Girl Magic teaching these motherfuckers something.
Right.
So on this buck head, you see his horns, right? His antlers.
Right.
That's also the reef. It's also represented by a reef.
And that cane is just another divination staff.
Yep. Magic wand. Black Girl Magic once again. Right?
You gonna learn today.
And you see the red and white stripes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The red and white stripes flips out into a red and white checkerboard.
Ooh.
Right? So we on fifth dimensional chess. We in the out of the ruby red tablets of set. Blood on the floor. You better walk with a cane so you don't slip and fall and show your red bottom shoes.
And is that for the era that's going out? Or the
Right. So this is the closing of the dirt that was did in the red house. The blood on the floor was the Babylonian blood magic, which is a sin rite, used to subjugate the people and keep them in a mental stupor called the spell of Kingu.
The Red Queen, off with their heads.
Ooh, yes.
Blood everywhere. The Red Queen.
Mm-hmm. Bloody Mary.
The bloody big head.
Right? And Mary is the Mary of Scots. Mary means rebellious woman, but it's not. It's a derogatory term for the young maiden. It means that she's a rebellious woman because they can't make her act like they want her to act. You know, them difficult Black women. You know what we talking about.
I
They don't tolerate people coming with that bullshit. Your receipt is rejected, motherfucker.
I said I don't personally, however, Mary Magdalene would be is she like a queen? Is she got some stature up there?
Look, Mary Magdalene means the rebellious woman with the mandala, the ability to create or to use manifestation. The mandala is called the Sri Yantra. And it's the manifestation mandala. It's used to manifest. Right? So the Mary or the rebellious woman who uses the mandala is an oracle.
Lilith?
A prophetess.
It's
not
not
necessarily Lilith, but she's a prophetess.
Okay.
Now, it say that she was espoused to the Christ. That means that she had to be picked by the mother. And the mother is the queen mother. And the queen mother only going to pick the one that love her son unconditionally like she do.
And so did Queen Elizabeth err when she gave the crown to what's his face? Charles? Instead of
all that's TV. All that's what we call white man lies.
Okay. But
that's just the longest running soap opera.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so check this out. And that allegorical tale shouldn't wouldn't Princess Diana had gotten that crown when she passed, or someone
she would have been the rightful heir to the queen's crown.
They couldn't have let old girl have it.
Meghan Markle?
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, what about the other bitch that's married to the other guy?
I forgot her name, but she don't qualify either. Because okay, so the black girl stand a better chance of qualifying if Diana was actually dead, but she ain't dead.
Okay, yeah.
So they know she's not dead, so they can't give the crown to another queen. So then it passes to the son as the king, and his wife has become the queen, even though she's in absentia. She's still the queen, but she can't. She's what you call a stranger to the throne. She's been estranged from the throne, but they know she's still alive. She still would have been the rightful heir. But they was the family that covered up the black nobility and played the social affairs out in the public's eye so that the black nobility can remain concealed and continue to do their dirt unmolested.
Well, then why did the Pope just release the new Black Madonna?
Because he can't keep it secret no more. The Grand Matriarch seat is the Black Madonna seat. Right? Madonna means mother of Donna.
And you got to understand, a lot of those relics were in those churches all across Germany, Italy already, centuries. Those Black Madonnas have been over there for centuries, unbeknownst to us. And
that's the land of ISIS anyway.
He's just revealing it now.
Yeah, all of the Europeans revere the Madonna and Child, which is Isis, the queen of heaven and earth.
And their Madonnas are black, though. They are literally black statues.
Okay, right. Yeah, the one he released her.
Because that's what she was, a melanated woman. But now the Madonna, the title Madonna, right?
Right.
It takes you to the shrine, the Arabic nobles of the mystic shrine. Right? In the shrine of the Black Madonna is the shrine of the Great Mother. And the only one that can raise the Great Mother has to raise up off the father line as Hiram Abiff. That's the Tubal Cain, that's the Blue Lodge.
Right.
Right? So he becomes the builder that the others rejected. And then he becomes the chief cornerstone.
Damn.
And the chief cornerstone becomes the capstone as a keystone. And the keystone got the key from a peace stone.
And the peace stone is who?
The peace stone is the red house that's Chief Malik Angel Bay, aka Jeff Fort. Okay. But you got to get the P from the P stones because you got to get a G from the folks. And G is a 7-letter made. So the cold brick was the 21st brick on the pyramid. Ambassador of the Stone was Larry Hoover. But then he flipped and became a cold brick. That means he took the air with him in the blue house. But he still would be raised in the red house by his mama's line. It's all in the tribes, and it comes out in the legends and decoding the mysteries of all of the things they weaponized against us, and then they tell you what part of the clans is putting the pieces to the puzzle back together. Black Girl Magic come out of the red house from under Big Mama. And Big Mama is the black and gold house, which is the vice lords, which is the money lodge. And all of the money lodge, all of the families got a roof, and she the banker.
Are they expecting all Black people to be a part of this great whatever's going to happen, or
No, because all skin folks ain't kin folks.
Okay.
They got some people with pale skin that's more beholden to us than it's some niggas with nappy hair and dark skin. Don't fall for that. That was a divide and conquer mechanism.
Yeah.
Right. It was the Moors that instituted the papal bull. You got to remember that they look like us.
But they ain't us.
But they're not.
And they
us.
know that. That's what the whole Jacob story is about. The supplanter.
Mm-hmm.
The one who come to undermine the organic Adama, the earthborn. He come to undermine them and replace them. That's how you gonna promise somebody a land that ain't yours? So he must believe he gonna win in the war.
Right.
That would give him the rulership of the earth. He lost. Now he can go sit on his fez and think about it.
And so the hardest part of hearing the truth is that it sounds stranger than fiction. But you know, if you're a philosopher and you think about life or things or the study of everything about life, I mean, it's got to be quite fascinating to teach this kind of stuff. I mean, this is.
I know sometimes when I first started and I used to be remembering stuff, I used to be like, how the fuck I even know that shit?
But you know, the stories in the Bible are all unbelievable, but in real life, the stories about the Anunnaki and Enki and Enlil and the Sumerians and Thoth and all of that is overwhelmingly more
Sci-fi.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah, sci-fi.
It is. The science fiction is science fact.
Shit.
All of the stories has been being told to us, and the writers, the science fiction writers, who couldn't tell it as a news report, so they gave it to us as a story.
Right.
Science of the fiction.
I want to go back to Black Chief Rock's comment in the chat. He says the mother of, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, Zensun, but I was thinking the mother of Reascension, Chief Black Rock.
The mother of what?
Reascension.
Reascension.
Because we've lost that ability right now. It's time to get it. That's what this learning, that's what these builds and sessions are about. Opening up that eye, opening up and utilizing your whole body, all the contracts that are put together, your mind, body, and soul, spirit put together, so that you have the ability to ascend.
Another thing too, Rod, earlier back when we was looking at this blue and red veins going up the spine, and you was explaining all of that, that's some deep ass shit, because that's just at one level that shit like that is taking place. So as you would have rose up the spine, I can imagine the tills that you have for what's taking place in this structure. You remember when you talk about the red and blue veins, about the sperm going up?
Because one of them is creating the sperm from the left hemisphere of the brain, which is the father line. That's the blue line. And the other one is creating sperm cells with 2X chromosomes from the right hemisphere for the mother line. And we put it together on the four-corner shuffle.
Right, but that was just for that area of the back that was showing where the veins are. So as it goes up, isn't there like more things happening up that column.
Well,
Like
the column is like
the Bible.
it's like the passageway to get the cell from the brain to the part of the body that it need to be in, the testes. But in the brain is where all of the construction take place. Like the mother storing genetic material or memory from all of her past relations, right? And she can also go into your sperm cell, read the DNA, and determine if you're gonna produce birth defects when she in tune. Her body will tell her.
Right. And all of this stuff is taking place inside these internal wirings, or what we perceive to just be like veins and arteries.
These are well elaborately designed systems. The human body is
like bus lines for transporting data, and like on a computer. And
right. So the sperm come down through like a long tube from the brain. Right. Now in that process, while they coming through the tube, they still growing. Right. They not done growing until they get into the testicles.
Okay.
Then the growing turns off until it's merged with an egg. Then it turns back on. Nuclear fusion becomes nuclear fission.
But it's not just merged with, I mean, the egg is not just merging with any sperm, like the first one there.
The egg will use chemistry and electromagnetism to attract the sperm cell that she's looking for.
Right, right.
The egg communicating with the sperm cells based on how it's programmed. It's looking for the compatibility of the program that it was given. And that's why women that's aware can develop geniuses by thinking about producing a genius. The problem is we don't want to put in the work to learn how to educate a genius.
Right. Well, you know, it might not be, seem like you could start them on the right track with just a few powerful things being grasped, and then, you know, work the rest of them in. Like I'm gonna say again, when you was talking about the medulla oblongata, I would just think that that's like a stem cell, or at the back of your neck, I mean at the top of your neck, just a area that's got the bundle of all the cells in the body being routed down the column, the spinal column, or into the rest of the body.
No, that's not what the medulla is. The medulla is a balancing cylinder, right? That's why when you have vertigo, they check you for tumors in your medulla because it throws your balance off, right? Also, the medulla is a ball like a little bit smaller than your fist muscle bundle right under the actual brain, on top of the brain stem.
Okay, I thought I heard you say something earlier about that area, which is the medulla oblongata, having to do with again, like some special instruction somewhere. That's
No,
why
I was talking about. I was talking about right under the medulla is the pons region of the brain. It's the brain stem.
Right.
That's right under the medulla.
Okay, I thought it was the medulla.
What
I'm saying.
The medulla is right above that, and it has different function. Consciousness comes into the pons region at the reticular formation. This is represented in the matrix by the plug in the back of the head.
Right, right.
That's the black dot.
Okay.
Most definitely, most definitely. Now
Okay.
we've
You said
actually
the mouth of God. Yeah.
yeah the mouth of God. Yeah.
Hey.
We've actually reached the 3 hour mark, and
Woo. Wow.
when you're breaking stuff down so much, it's not hard at all to just lose track of time or whatever. So I want to thank everybody. Let's take
Yeah.
the couple of minutes, just to
Yeah, we knew it was gonna be like this anyway.
right. We gonna resonate on that. We still have part 4 coming next Sunday as well.
Ah,
So that might we're gonna try to wrap it up on that one because there ain't no more Christmas after that. That's gonna be the actual day of. We're gonna attempt to wrap it up on that day. We're gonna break down the whole commercial aspect of it, just to give you guys a heads up. All right, because we talked about the candy canes. We're still gonna talk about the horse savior. We're gonna talk about the rosé. All right, we're gonna talk about the rose and the due, because what we're looking into is what's due to us, what we owe somebody, which is what's due. We're going to talk about the compass rose, the crossing representing, what happens when you don't pay what's due. We're going to talk about payment due, the Rosicrucian. Just to give you guys a quick idea, because it is gonna get deep. We're gonna talk about the month. We're gonna talk about what's past due, the cat o' nine tails. If you don't pay, you're fucked, which is moisture. All right, and we're gonna tie this in all to commercial debt. This is what's gonna close it all out. We're gonna break it down with commercial debt. We're gonna talk about the bench, the banca, and why all debts sit at the banks of the river. All right, that's where all debts end up at. We're gonna talk about the capital name. We're gonna get into some of these papal bulls, specifically the 3 main ones that were used to capitalize on our enslavement, the live birth certificate,
damn.
and the legal. We still got a whole lot that we're gonna go into. We're gonna definitely break it down. We're gonna that we could get everything together in the very last show next week. We appreciate y'all, so much for giving us the time, the day, and everything. Hopefully, we have
Can
but
we can we have like 5 more minutes?
oh no,
Or
I'm gonna
everybody
close.
just
I'm gonna close it out at 3 hours and 30 minutes. So we got about
okay.
another 15 or whatever.
Right. 'Cause I want to ask Rod a few more questions, and maybe somebody from our chat want to ask him something too. I don't want to feel like I'm hogging him, but while we got you here, bro. Okay, so do you have any teachings or any schools, or you have a website or online store?
Right now, I just give out free information on Instagram and YouTube wherever I'm invited.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, is there like a criteria for you accepting the show, or what's the deal?
If I ain't got nothing to do and somebody say I need you this day, if it ain't too far in advance,
Okay.
um,
How would one contact you?
Instagram Messenger or Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Instagram Messenger is the Sick Eight, and Facebook Messenger is Rod Hayes.
Okay. Cool. We may be friends on Facebook already. I think we are. But,
yeah, you already friends with him on Facebook, sis.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff because a lot of that that Nephilim, Anunnaki, Nibiru stuff,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of hard to get on board, but it's really is really no harder than the rest of the tales or stories that we hear, right? So it's like
They weave into the stories that we already hear.
but would you call those true stories?
Well, whether they true or not, almost all the stories we know trace back to those documents.
What documents?
The Sumerian tablets.
Okay. And
all our religious dogmas that come from Rome is in some form piecing together a control tool using the Babylonian systems of conjure.
and what about the emerald tablets?
The Emerald Tablets is from Tahuti. They from over here. They predate all that shit.
I'm saying you believe those to be true documents?
Yeah,
You believe that Tahuti wrote those documents?
yeah,
Okay. Do you believe that Tahuti is coming back?
yeah, yeah. I think you're already here.
Okay, so if Tahuti could, if Tahuti can be real, then wouldn't there be others like him,
Yeah.
or that know what he know and can do the same things?
No, they can't do the same thing he can do.
They can't be Trismegistas. They can't come back and full knowing.
The only way Tahuti can come back, it got to be so fucked up that none of the rest of the masters can fix it. Then they got to conjure him up, and then I'll show up.
Wow. Because it's kind of hard to stop being a Christian, and then to get another religion.
You ain't supposed to be in religion. Religion is poison.
Okay, you're right. Exactly. Or well, I'm speaking in terms of belief systems then. So maybe I shouldn't have said religion.
Right. You only gonna believe until you figure it out. Because once you know, you ain't gonna believe no more.
That's right.
You gonna know it.
True that.
We was in the Piscean age of belief. Our head was underwater. We couldn't see clear.
Right.
Now our head is above water, coming into the Aquarian age. We can breathe the air.
Mm.
Right? So now we can see stuff for what it really is versus what they told us it was. And then we're going to tell everybody else what we see.
That's right. Do you think the information that's coming down is equally dispersed between matriarch and the rest of population? Like
Big Mama assigned me the task of finding everything they use to take from the women to restrict their powers and then give it back.
Okay. Did you find it?
I'm giving it back in real time. Every talk I have is geared toward informing the women how to recover their power.
That's what's up. I'm not lying. And this is why I'm I don't want to say fascinated with you, but this is why I'm fascinated with you. It's because it's like when you're learning something and you just can't let go. Like I gotta hear, it don't even matter what the title is really. When you got this kind of power to draw to, and it's real. I mean, it's real. That's why you like blowing the fuck up. It's like, why couldn't we get this kind of stuff, back in the 60s and 70s? And, we had to wait for the internet or, this thing. But why couldn't we get that quantum entanglement going on with this kind of information, way back when, or always, really, because we're always performing as the matriarch, no matter no matter how battered we are or how degraded we get, we still have that presence of using those duties, those old archaic duties of the matriarch. I don't think ever really leaves a woman.
And that's how we spot them. I have to talk to matriarchs because they got to give me grievances to go around and find solutions to world problems, real life problems. The biggest grievance I got from mothers is babies dying in the street. That was the biggest grievance I got. So what I got to do is find out, why is the babies dying in the street? What happened? Who done it? Where did they come from? Why did they do it? What's their agenda? Right? And then in real time, how did they apply their strategy in order for our children to be killing each other like they are? So I went and found the answer. They used the doctrine of COINTELPRO as the cover story to take the leaders off the land. Once the leaders was taken off the land, they sent the imposters in to turn the children against each other, using the symbols as badges of honor in order to influence them to kill their cousins and their brothers from a different tribe. And the government was behind it the whole time. And the government was behind it because they was a fraud from the beginning. And as long as they can keep us fighting each other, we can't see the fraud because we're too busy fighting each other to know why we frustrated with each other. But we discover we frustrated with each other because nobody know the invisible man smacking upside the head is this nigga called himself the white man behind the scenes telling people how to put obstacles in our path using the sciences of sociology and spiritual sciences of alchemy. But bloodletting rituals in the form of slaughterhouses, and it began with the mass slaughter of the bison to send the great bloodletting ritual energy over the land. They say if we kill all the bisons, we kill all the natives. They damn near killed all the bisons and they ain't never got close to killing all of us. So they replaced our natural food stock of bison with bovine beef, man-made hybrid animal. And the meat is saturated fat, which clogs the brain and gives our elders dementia and Alzheimer's. Whereas the bison that we used to eat, though it was only ceremonial, it was polyunsaturated fat that facilitates the firing of the brain cells by lubricating the neurons. So that's why they wanted to get rid of the bison. So all of these things ties to the way that the foodstuffs affects the psychology of the people. The political arena is used to steer the narrative, and the spiritual doctrines of religion is used to undermine the spiritual power that's innate in the woman. I don't care what preacher it is, the church mother run that bitch. I don't care what preacher it is. The church mother is the mother, she's the power source. Every one of the churches, you don't never go to a church and they don't got a church mother, no matter how big or how small.
Facts. Big facts.
Because Big Mama not finna let these motherfuckers sit there and lie to you and don't have a Big Mama watching his motherfucking ass. She's just not gonna do it. So we hid a lot of our stuff in the church, but we got so intoxicated with Christianity that we couldn't get our shit back out. We didn't know that catching the Holy Ghost shouting in church was our original custom before they ever came. That's what we used to do around the fire. But they call shouting. They didn't tell you speaking in tongues. That ain't part of the original church.
Right.
The way we speak in tongues, that's from our earthborn religions. That go back into antiquity, ancient times. So now how do we put it back together? Now that we know that they turning our boys against each other, the best thing we can teach them is don't fall for that trap. Every time you make peace with one of the brothers out there in the street, you slay that goddamn devil psychology. So we be on a peacekeeper mission. And it say right in the book, blessed are the peacekeepers, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Right? So we don't naturally fight each other and kill each other like this.
Right.
That's not natural to us. I mean, there's somebody here that's compelling us to do something that we naturally would not do to each other. And we find out that the only reason why it worked because they look like us, but they ain't us. They don't love us like we love each other.
Mm-hmm.
They don't root for us to win when we root for each other to win. We root for them Obama-ass motherfuckers to win because they look like us.
Right.
Then when they get in their political positions of prominence, they turn around and stab us in the back in our face. And then we act like we didn't even see that shit. I think I need a drink of water. Bitch ass nigga.
Facts.
There's no way I'm the president of the United States and I'll take this bitch over.
So, okay, so is it your job to constantly be looking for matriarchal women or strong Black women or strong...
I'm not looking for nobody. I'm giving out free information to anybody that want to recover their kingdom.
Okay, fair enough. I just thought,
I'm spilling the proverbial beans of how they kept us under this oppressive genocidal regime we was under.
Okay, have you written any books?
No, but I got a whole lot of lectures.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a whole bunch of posts on Facebook and Instagram.
For sure. Do you want them in book form?
I eventually, when I download my data, because I can't wait to get off social media. When I get off, I'm gonna download my data and organize it into pamphlets.
Okay. Cool. None your business. How are you? Did she just get here?
Yeah, I think she might.
She said, he told us already. I'm scared to ask again, but I will. So for the sake of those who wasn't here an hour or two ago, how do we get our power back? You said we got it already. Right?
Yeah. Look, the government was closing and they wrote the Indigenous Rights Act. When you read the Indigenous Rights Act, it basically tells you that if you revert back to your original culture and move in a form of a matriarchy, there's nobody that's supposed to stop y'all, and you have the force of the U.S. military to back you up. But you can't activate it until the matriarchs start forming their sisterhoods. And you can start on the city by city basis, right? Go find all of the women that run all of the community events and the mothers in the neighborhoods. And y'all pick spokesperson from each neighborhood and y'all go down to City Hall and assert y'all right as the matriarchs to reclaim the land and to discontinue the services of the de facto corporation.
But that sounds like, that would be possible, say, like in the South and some small towns in the South.
The law of the land is the law of the land. You looking at the law of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. That don't got nothing to do with us.
I'm looking
as long as we intoxicated with their law system, we can't use ours. Our system is older than their system. Our system was in place, and then they superimposed their system on top of ours. All y'all have to do, the Indigenous Rights Act is the blueprint. It basically tells you that all of the stuff that you have access to when you restore the matriarchy and reclaim your community. The matriarchs always start at the grassroots level with the local community, because the mothers in the local community know what needs, this community need this. We know it needed because we all live here. A lot of the fathers is supposed to be out working. They don't have time to look at the needs of the local community like the mothers do. But now you got a lot of working mothers, so they have to bring in their sisters that's not working to be their spokesperson, because they doing the same. They doing daddy role now, daddy duty. So she can't be there with the child all day like she want to be. She got to go clock into Mr. Charlie's job,
Right,
to make these ends meet. But never knowing that as soon as the matriarch starts saying, okay, y'all can leave, and then when they leave and give you the key to the city, then you understand what I'm talking about. Because the mayor got to pass the key to the city to the matriarch, that's the matriarch of the town. The chiefs can do it, but they have to do it by force. Big Mama didn't want no more bloodshed. So she said, just tell the women how to reclaim their power. So you set up neighborhood committees of mothers, incorporating all of the social groups in the neighborhood. The leaders of those groups is the mothers of that group. And y'all come together and discuss what that community needs. The people down there, they just there to pay the bills for y'all to implement y'all programs. But since the matriarchy haven't been running, all they've been doing was accumulating the debt, and the debt becomes a national debit to restore the structure. That money they owe y'all. They don't owe it to no goddamn banks. That's why they rolled in the account. They talk about reparations. That's the national credit right there.
Well, that would be one. I want to chime in if I can, Baba, real quick. That would be one of the problems when you said we were dealing with the grievances. And the reason why the matriarch hasn't come back into power is that, first of all, we haven't taken the time to re-educate ourselves. We have to understand we're all miseducated first through the language. And because we're miseducated through the language itself, we have these schisms. So now we have these mental contracts, verbal contracts, and social contracts that leave us in constraints. You see, so now we're constrained because we haven't taken the time to back up and re-educate ourselves. So now we have a huge insecurity within the communities because the matriarch isn't properly educated. And I'm going to always hit on this note because I'm a homeschooler, and I noticed that the lack of education comes from the fact that we're afraid to educate our own children. For some reason, we're blanked out to the fact that we have the ability to educate our own, despite that we have been dumbed down and lackly educated within their colonial system. That which I seek is seeking me. If I'm seeking the road to elevate my seed, it will come to me. But we have to be willing to sit down and get the same education we want our seed to have.
Right.
See, and those are the steps we haven't taken as matriarchs, that we have to reconfiscate and get divinity over the mind first, that pineal gland, which we keep hitting on all throughout the presentation. So yeah, I just wanted to hit on that real quick because you're going real hard in on that. But we have to be accountable as matriarchs when you say you're here So what are we not doing as the matriarch to make this come to fruition?
So the biggest obstacle that I didn't see is the sister hate. I ain't finna do nothing with no pack of bitches.
Who
You don't
said
want you don't want to get this monkey off your back. Because your ego is making you think that you don't want to be around or deal with no sisters, but that connection is facilitating a power structure.
That's
Yep,
right.
you hit it on the head though. That's the
And
reason.
then a lot of when Elijah Muhammad said the last trick of the devil be free to give you his woman, you can tell his woman. Because she don't want nothing to do with no sisterhood. She don't want nothing to do with no sisters. And she don't want you to do nothing to help no sisters. It's all about her and only her. She don't give a damn about nobody else. That's not how our women vibrate naturally. When our women be vibrating like that, that's speaking from trauma. And if they ain't did their shadow work, they gonna think like that too. So the first thing is the sister healing groups is the most powerful thing y'all can do right now. Sisters just getting together to spend time with each other to do nothing. Just be in each other energy. That raises the group mitochondria. That's what the Salem witch hunt was all about. That's what they was trying to stop. So when the sisters do the shadow work and get to the point where they can sit in a room full of sisters and just be a woman for free. Just be a woman for free. Not arguing with no man about no dick, none of that shit. Just being in your womanness as a woman for free. That sister healing group was so powerful it could cure cancer immediately. But we always got to come in and I got to tell her about herself. But don't want nobody to tell you about yourself. I don't know who she thinks she is, call herself telling me. Right? So that's the biggest obstacle. And that's because they mix their women with our women, and that's a horrible mix. If our women wake up to who they is, they can smell the other bitch before she get there. Because you don't believe in Yoni care.
Also, my brother, it's in the program too that whatever we see on TV, we're going to mimic, buy, claim as if it's our culture or tradition. We just don't ever want to be left out of anything. And them knowing this, the music, they can use us with the music. They can use us with any sitcom they want to make about whatever they want to capture, like doing our consciousness movement that we started off doing by spreading the truth at first. Now it seems like mainstream media got it and now have let people in just for the how cool it is to know shit now. But they don't go back and try to know shit so that they stay on the truth plane. They just want to be cool and know, like, want to look Egyptian now or want to do something that's associated with the real or the old unintentional movement, because it was just that new information was coming along. So of course we're gonna want to spread that new information. It got rejected because it was in the form of truth. So what do? They come along with their little wokeism and play like everybody can be woke or anybody can be woke. But no, not if you're not doing the research, learning things for real, trying to get to know yourself and not just following a fad or a trend so you can live under the name of wokeism or consciousness. I mean, you know, they've torn that down now. If they want you to be a drug addict and drink scissor, then just make all the music about that. It's so easy to target in so many ways, and they'll do it through the youth, and not just like teenagers, but all the way up to like the 20s and 30s. They can have us at any age, on any subject, on anything that they want to program in. If they want us making babies, then they'll bring back R. Kelly. They want, you know,
Oh, he on his way.
Let him out. Shit.
He about to get out.
I ain't mad at R. Kelly.
Look,
but check it out. Yeah.
Now, R. Kelly's situation is so foul. You know, R. Kelly is like an idiot savant. He a musical genius, but a social idiot. I'm serious.
Right.
Socially, he's intellectually like a second grader.
But did he have a lesson to learn, or are they Bill Cosby and him?
Look, if you go back and review the R. Kelly case and find out how he beat all them girls, there's some grown ass stinking bastard bringing these babies to the studio. So that he was being set up from the word go, it's obvious. The problem is when he went down, none of the dirty bastards that was feeding these babies to him was even questioned.
So did he have a lesson to learn or not?
He retarded.
Damn.
He retarded. They know, but that's the best way I could say it where you could grasp. He's socially retarded, but he's a musical genius. He a Rain Man. That's what he is. An idiot savant.
And so yeah, if he can't read or write, but he can he can cause over 50% of a population to be born through his music, then there is something there. There's definitely something there.
So they only reason why they trapped him up in that court case because they was trying to steal R. Kelly's royalties. Damn. But somebody got his paperwork where he can't even get his money, but it'll pay his child support. Right. So that's just to keep whoever it was trying to set him up from stealing all of his money when they got done misusing him. Somebody got to go in there and find out why these artists ain't getting their money.
Damn! Wow.
Or they getting paid.
They getting their money stolen from them through a sharecroppers contract that they call a 360 record deal. When they get done with the record deal, the artists end up with no assets, and the record company end up with the rights to the records. Your assets is liabilities. In reality, buying all that shit is draining your economics without replacing it.
Wow. Yeah, we got a lot going on. Who'd ever even thunk a person in the slave condition that they say we were in, right? If they telling the truth about slavery, there's no way we recovered like this, like we are. Like it's some very, very intelligent Negroes out here, right? I don't see them coming from no slave mentality where you done saw your child being eaten by alligator, your man being buck something. it's like some things don't add up.
You know what gator baiting was about, don't you?
I don't.
What?
So the gullers, these are bad motherfuckers. The gullers that was in the swamp was friends with the alligators. They used to ride them and attack the Spaniards in Florida.
Mm.
Because the gators was that's the Sobek priests.
So
And
bad. Okay.
yeah, so they ride the alligators, feed the alligators, pet their belly and all that shit. They wouldn't attack them.
Mm-hmm.
But the foreigners smelled different, and they would attack them because they came over. They look like us, but they don't smell like us.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So the gators would eat the Spaniards, and then they start taking and kidnapping our babies right in our villages and trying to get the gators used to our blood. Now, the lie that they tell us is that they gator baited so that the gators would catch the runaway slaves.
Mm-hmm.
But it was really because we was in harmony so much with nature, we could deal with gators in their natural environment without being attacked by them. But the invaders couldn't.
Whoa.
That was part of the gullers. We was kicking their ass.
So the stories are true. It just wasn't us being eaten by the gators. It wasn't them.
No, they was being eaten by them out the gate.
Right.
They start raiding our villages using our babies' blood to bait the gator to make them have a taste for our flesh.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
We had people had big ass houses in the swamps built on sticks.
Right.
Right. Those were like between the treetop villages and the ground villages. And they got around on gator backs and on stand-up canoes.
Mm. Really, Tess?
No, he did
no,
what
I see it. The liquid drops.
It's some serious shit. They were using that's why there was such a controversy where they had stamps that they used for mailing shit for this stuff. That's why there was such a little such an uproar where they.
You see my man on the gator right there?
This one?
That's how we used to ride
them. Damn.
But that's what Avatar, the movie, is all about.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, it's just.
It makes sense that they would encounter the tree walkers first. They call them skywalkers. Mm-hmm. Because they would be the closest to the upper atmosphere. Some of those trees used to go so high that the top of them would freeze in the upper atmosphere to stop them from growing.
Right.
But their trunks will continue to expand. They tell us some of these tree trunks is mountains now. Yeah, down there in the slave times in Florida and Louisiana and other parts of American South. That was the battle zone.
Right.
Before the Louisiana Purchase, we was fighting the French in New Orleans.
Right.
Right. Like constantly fighting them. And somebody had put up a chat saying, "Are we POWs?" Which I believe we were.
We were. We weren't slaves. We were POWs, But we here now to get overthrow the motherfucking hostage regime, the hostile invader, the colonist, the colonizer, right? The colon liar, however you want to pronounce it, lying out his ass. We ain't come on no ship. He was already here. We was the motherfuckers that wore the feathers, and they came over here wearing fezzes. They want to tell us America everything but the great Atlant, and ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit in the Bible. Until we associate ourselves with it, that's the only time it's involved. It's a contract, it's a riddle, and it's a motherfucking blueprint to overthrow the papacy. So if you don't know what the Bible is, you don't even need to read it.
See, I'm finding that out the hard way.
All you gotta do is go back to the study Emperor Constantine, and before he set up the Nicene Council, look at his diaries.
Yeah,
He was trying to figure out, how can I bottle this shit these motherfucking earthborn got and sell it?
Yeah.
And that's what our Bible study been about. Like, we don't understand. Our people really do not understand. There is no religion involved. It is all penal colony code for usurpers, minors.
Face to Gordon. Yeah.
Greetings and salutations, Gordon. Yeah, that's what they here for.
But
that's
see, we in the process of overthrowing them. Until we reach critical mass of awareness that they've been served an eviction notice, they can't leave. It's our people the ones keeping them here because we keep going to work and sending our children to their exploitation centers called school. And if you do a basic etymology of the word school, it'll make you not want to send your child no more.
Damn.
The English word school comes from the Yiddish word shul, and the Yiddish word shul comes from the Hebrew word sheol, and sheol in Hebrew translates into English directly as hell.
Damn. So you send your baby to hell.
I ain't the one to talk. You ain't heard it from me.
Damn. Wow. It's sort of like the more you find out what all they did, you know, the more you got to give it to Negroes. Like, shit, who else can go through an onslaught of such a planned oppression of a people with all the physical stuff that they threw in, the rapes, the killings, the hangings, and all of that shit?
That was based on a document called The Most Bloody and Sacred Oath of the Papacy.
Yeah, write that down. Okay. Because I like reading shit like that too on my channel.
That was their order to kill us.
The most bloody and sacred?
The most sacred and bloody oath of the papacy.
How's that going to be much different than the oath from the Jesuits?
This is a direct order to kill the kings, the princes, and the people of the land, to keep them from ascending, from realizing who they is. This was their tools to hold on to power.
Right. And so wouldn't the papacy and all of that come as a result of the Jesuits?
The Jesuits is just a priesthood in the Catholic Church. I don't trust none of them motherfuckers. They are dirty to me.
Right, yeah.
But they got a group of priests in the Catholic Church called purists. And their only job is to get rid of the pedophile, rapist priests and the corrupt priests that sell drugs and in bed with organized crime. That's how we got to all of the information out of the Vatican over the years of the dirt that the popes was doing. because the purest priest was writing about it, putting it in the public domain.
Like all them bones they found up under there.
Yeah, them was all sacrifices from the early church.
The Vatican filled with bones. It's built on bones.
Not just the Vatican, there's several of those cathedrals over there. One of them got the blood, the cup, that they measure the amount of blood that they spill. Because if they overflow that blood, then that's it. Their rule is automatically up. It don't count when they make us kill each other, though. So when they spill blood, they make it count. They do assassinations on heads of state and shit like that. We randomly kill a nigga in the street over a pair of shoes.
Yep.
So they killing, they making it count. They getting the most bang for the buck. They stopping the kings and the princes from rising to power. We helping them, but we don't know we helping them. We think we being ride or die with our homeboy, never knowing we at war with a whole nother entity that swore a death oath to kill us off and replace us with them.
And aren't they also like putting stuff in our food that make us kill each other or act like
they put all kind of stuff in our food. They put stuff in our food to give us cancer, give us dyslexia, give us early menopause, late menopause. They put shit in the food that causes brain tumors, brain aneurysms. They know what they feeding us. Straight poison. Pharmakia is sorcery. Look it up.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I ain't gonna never be done studying. I'm never gonna be able to go outside and play. I'm telling you.
That's when you're gonna really see stuff, when you go out and play.
Yeah. Shit, I'm not gonna be able to done reading and studying and looking shit up and listening to guides like Rod. And I go all the way back to the Dr. Dilbert Blair days and all of the other greats, Phil Valentine, just who all the deeply conscious and real conscious people listen to. I didn't skip none of that. Ray Hagen's, the whole shebang is under here. Even some of the white cats like Phil Valentine, Bill Donahue, and what's the fat one name? Jordan Maxwell and shit like that. So
Jordan Maxwell was the truth.
Huh?
Jordan Maxwell was the truth.
Yes, absolutely. And also helps you understand what their law is based off of and how petty they are when they like when Copernicus determines that the world is round, or the apple falling from the tree, how they discovered gravity, Einstein's E equals MC squared. It's like they're allowed to just claim themselves to be whatever they want to be. And
now all of those scientists that you mentioned,
yeah,
all that science they allegedly discovered is in physics form in Egypt.
Really?
And Egypt got it from over here.
Yes, absolutely. Because I just wonder a long time ago, like, how come everybody's not trying to make their way over to Africa? Like, why here? So I have been pondering that.
This is the so-called promised land and the Holy Land and the land of milk and honey.
That's right.
In God's country.
This is the land of milk and honey. It's in the Bible.
Right. And I do believe the people from this land are the great ones, because look at us. Look at us. All over the world, we set the trend for everything. Everything, even though we're an oppressed people, or
Is it not written you are the salt of the earth?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And if you don't recognize that, then you're not looking with, like put some glasses or some bifocals on or something, because anything we do, they're going to be interested in it. Dr. Africa said that they really don't have nothing else to study but us, which meaning that when they're studying the animals and other things, they just want to compare it to us because they can't understand why we are like we are or who we are. So
that number on the Georgia Guidestones I asked about earlier, the number was the number of organics that was on the earth when the aliens came. Remember, the women could reproduce. They reproduce by choice on purpose.
right.
They activated their menstrual cycle on purpose. But now you can't control your menstrual cycle because they put the moon up there to artificially regulate it and to take the control from the woman so they can make her mass produce.
Damn, you saying we got to get rid of the moon?
That motherfucker don't need to be there in my eyes. It's just a battleship.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You do know that Thoth is a moon god, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, not the moon. Not the moon. We love the moon, Rod.
Look, I ain't got no personal hard feelings to the moon.
I don't love the moon.
We're gonna have to dismantle it if it's doing what it.
All I know is that it's a spaceship and it's part of the Dark Knight satellite holographic network that works directly on the neurological link of the people to the earth.
Damn. So in other words, it's like an old school 5G.
On steroids.
Yeah, type project.
Yeah, only difference is this is using your organic brain. Your brain is the computer chip. They jumped the computer chip.
Damn. And so it's really, really not smart to be letting them inject us with anything.
Hell no.
If they build in the moon that they can attach to your neurological system and shit, then get the fuck out of here.
Wherever we at, we remotely projecting our consciousness into these avatar bodies of ours.
Right.
We study epigenetics. We ain't really here. We just projecting consciousness to animate the avatar.
Right.
This is a holographic 3-dimensional game created by the gods as an accelerated learning program for a star to be a star in balance. The consciousness of you is a whole neutron star. But it's a step down capacitor called mitochondrial that releases the power of the star in the individual according to his social and psycho development. And then that's what triggers your awakening.
I just got my ding, 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 ding.
Where Taz go?
Well, I'm still here. I'm
in the house. Taz got his own thing going on in the background.
Yeah, you want to take us on home? We have 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Take us on, Taz. I just got my dings and my bell sounds.
Most definitely. I want to appreciate it. Thank everybody here. It was a great show, a great build. So I appreciate the brother Hayes for joining us for 4 strong hours. Sister Yasini's Sister Salima. It's always a pleasure to build with you, Empresses. Looking forward for future shows, and we're gonna lead have a great time. It's 11:11. You guys can't see that.
Shit, it is.
Synchronicity 11:11. We're gonna leave exactly like we came. In peace.
Peace.
Love
Peace
y'all.
and love.
Look, they telling me that somebody stole our land. But when I open my window and look across the field, I still see our land here. Think about that for a minute.